Nigeria Investment Forum.
Nigeria Investment Forum.
Nigeria Investment Forum.
Nigeria Investment Forum.
Nigerian Investment Forum. Investing for tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Jennifer Wajigo, the Program Director of Nigeria Investment Forum, and we are here again for the second edition of the Nigeria Investment Forum.
My name is Tony Wajigo. I'm a legal practitioner. I'm the managing partner of Hubris Solicitors and the convener of Nigerian Investment Forum.
We are here live at the Nigerian Investment Forum, which is one of the fora I found very, very strategic.
It's always a delight attending this Nigeria Investment Forum. It's all about sensitizing the public about investment opportunities in Nigeria and also understanding the legal dynamics, the role of law, and ensuring compliance with laid down rules and regulations that govern investment and also that boost investors' confidence in the country.
All right, now we will now take the welcome address by the managing partner of Hubris Solicitors, the brain behind this amazing occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we make welcome on stage Mr. Anthony C. Wajugo, KSM. Please celebrate him.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable judges, distinguished commissioners, revered royal fathers, esteemed professors, captains of industry, visionary investors, respected panelists, partners from government and the private sector, cherished members of the diplomatic community, and our indefatigable students and young leaders, the vibrant heartbeat of Nigeria's future. I stand before you with deep gratitude and patriotic pride as I welcome you all to the Nigerian Investment Forum 2025. It is not merely an event we gather for today. This is a national moment for reflection, for unity, for courage, and most importantly, a moment for action. At our inaugural forum, we came together with cautious hope and bold determination. We centered these discussions facing economics headwinds and social anxieties, but we left renewed optimism because we recognized that Nigeria's story is not one of defeat, but one of resilience and impact. Of that gathering did not end in this hall. We witnessed new public-private collaborations that inspired confidence. We saw mentorship programs that transformed young entrepreneurs into job creators. We saw investors reconnect with local opportunities. We saw regulatory interests and policy dialogue strengthened. And above all, we saw renewed belief that Nigeria can rise again and again if we choose to rise together. The Nigeria Investment Forum has become more than an annual meeting. It is a national movement, a platform where ideas grow into partnerships, partnerships grow into projects, and projects grow into prosperity. Today, as we gather again, Nigeria stands at a historical crossroad. The realities confronting us are not abstract. They touch every home, every business, every household. Inflation has stretched the average Nigerian life. Currency devaluation has unsettled markets and shaken investors' confidence. Capital flight has changed financial stability. Global uncertainties, from energy transition to geopolitical tensions, have reshaped our economic landscape. But this moment of challenge is also a moment of opportunity. It is pertinent to note that nations are not defined by the storms they face, but by the courage with which they rise after the storm. This is the time when great nations transform. This is the time when leaders step forward. This is the time when patriots, investors, policymakers, and entrepreneurs join hands to rebuild what is broken and redesign what must evolve. And that is why we are here today. This year's theme, Investing for Tomorrow, Strategic Approaches to Inflation and Currency Devaluation Risk, is not just a topic for discussion. It is a national call to awakening. We cannot build tomorrow's prosperity with old thinking. We must be strategic. We must be innovative. We must be intentional. And above all, we must be united. This theme challenges policymakers to craft smarter, more resilient regulations, financial experts to design protective investment vehicles, entrepreneurs to adopt with agility, investors to act with vision rather than with fear, and young Nigerians to step into leadership with creativity and courage. Despite the turbulence, Nigeria remains a land of breathtaking potential. Our population is one of the youngest in the world, vibrant, creative, and dynamic. Our market is one of Africa's largest diverse, expanding, and influential economy. Our entrepreneurs are among the most innovative globally. Our diaspora community is among the most successful anywhere in the world. Our natural resources remain vast and underutilized. And our people, our greatest assets, are resilient beyond measures. Nigeria is not a country without hope. I choose to believe that Nigeria is rather a country overflowing with possibilities, with opportunities. But opportunities do not transform itself. It must be unlocked by discipline, planning, cooperation, and national will. We gather because a new Nigeria will not build itself. It must be built brick by brick, policy by policy, idea by idea, through the hands and minds of those seated in this room and beyond. This forum brings together leaders from law, finance, business, academia, government, technology, and civil society. Because nation building has never been about the responsibility of one sector. It is a collective responsibility. We are here to craft a roadmap that will stabilize the value of investment, strengthen monetary confidence, revive local manufacturing and production, encourage potential capital, empower SMEs and startups, attract responsible foreign investment, create jobs for millions, and restore Nigeria's pride in the global economic community. No government can do this alone, and no private sector can as well do this alone. But together, public and private hands clapped, we can shape an economy that inspires pride. Ladies and gentlemen, something is shifting in this nation. You can feel it in the energy of our youth, in the rising tide of innovation, and you can hear it in the voices calling for accountability and reform. You can witness in the determination of Nigerians abroad, yearning to invest back home. A new era of possibility is knocking. The only question is, will we open the door? We will open the door, build the systems, the trust, the policies, and the partnerships required to unlock a stronger future. My brothers and sisters, Nigeria needs us, all of us. Not just our complaints, but our contributions. Not just our criticisms, but our creativity. Not just our frustration, but our fight. Not just our wishes, but our work. Patriotism is not only waving the flag, it is shaping the future of the land that the flag represents. Our children deserve in Nigeria what they do not have to live to succeed. Our elders deserve a Nigeria they can be proud of. And our generation deserve the honor of building that Nigeria. Let us not wait for the perfect condition. Let us create them. Let us not wait for the foreign confidence. Let us inspire them. Let us not wait for tomorrow. Let us begin today. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every one of you for honoring this invitation and for your continuing faith in Nigeria's possibility. As we begin the second edition of Nigerian Investment Forum, let us approach every panel, every conversation, every handshake with patriotism and purpose. The Nigeria we dream of will not fall from the sky, but rather we must build it together. It is with pride, with gratitude, and with renewed hope that I welcome you all to the Nigerian Investment Forum 2025. May this gathering be a spark that lights new fires of reform, partnership, and prosperity. May God bless you all. May God bless our efforts. And may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, I believe we can do better than that.
Put your
A round of
hands
applause
together.
for our managing partner at Holbrook Solicitors.
Wow.
Thank you very
that
much,
was an
sir.
eclectic speech on point, as we say in the Gen Z language. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to specially appreciate our sponsors. We have some amazing sponsors who have made this day possible. All right, so I want to first of all appreciate Mixstar Africa.
Please, a round of applause for
Please,
Mixstar
when we
Africa,
call
our
on our
bronze
sponsors,
sponsor
celebrate
for
them.
these events.
Yeah, we also want to appreciate Wabojo Limited. Please clap, 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 clap. Thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Stark Homes and Properties Limited. Thank you to Docenti Global Business School. And of course, our very own Nigeria Investment Forum. Yeah, please don't get tired of clapping, please. Thank you. We also want to celebrate and appreciate Hallbridge Solicitors for making this program possible today. Yeah, I want to say a big thank you to Gem Hub Integrated Limited and to Virtual Scholars Academy. Thank you. And also a very big thank you to HDR Solutions. Yes, these are our amazing sponsors standing solidly behind us to make sure that this day actually is a success. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have a minute of play by the DJ while we await our next speaker to come on stage for the guest speech. All right, thank you so much, DJ Zanti. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take the guest speech by Sonny Iroche while we await our keynote speaker to arrive. Sonny Iroche is the CEO of Gen AI Learning Concepts Limited, a pioneer AI consulting firm. He has over 30 years experience as an investment banker, a senior academic fellow, African Studies Center, University of Oxford, UK. He has a postgraduate degree Artificial Intelligence for Business, Side Business School, University of Oxford, and is also a member, Nigeria AI Strategy Committee, and in the Technical Working Group of UNESCO on AI Readiness Assessment Methodology. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding round of applause,
Let us make welcome
let's make
Mr.
welcome Mr.
Sonny
Iroche.
Iroche. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It is maybe by faith that I fill in the stopgap for my senior brother, Mazi Samu Abunwa. I read his speech, and it's quite interesting that if we are talking about future of work, we are still looking at the old ways. But the news is the world has changed with the advent of artificial intelligence. AI and data is the new crude oil. When you're talking about inflation, taxation, and macroeconomic dynamics, without the disruptive economy of artificial intelligence and technology, you are still living in the past. AI is very, very critical in the law profession, both at the litigation side of it, commercial law, and even in jurisprudence, and with the judges also. Some of you who follow artificial intelligence would have known that some lawyers use ChatGPT to do some of their cases, and ChatGPT, like any other LLM, when you talk about LLM, AI, people talk about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is only one of over 50 large language models. So they suffer from two things: hallucination and what you call black spot. Hallucination is like what Yorubas will say, "On Sharon." It doesn't understand, but it will deliver. Hallucination in AI, ChatGPT, Grok, or Perplexity, or any other LLM for that matter, is like this. I want to go to Yaba from Oriental Hotel. AI takes you to Apapa before getting to Yaba. It will get you there. How it gets there, under confusion, it will deliver. But black box is, it tells you, okay, I know my way to Yaba, but it will end up in Tinkan Island. That is black box. So if a lawyer uses ChatGPT without what we call human in the loop, it helps you to speed up your cases, your references, everything. It will help you. But one little mistake can cost you reputational damage and financial damage. So it's important. Okay, well, I had prepared my slide the way God works. When I was communicated to by Hallbridge Law, they gave me the impression I was going to speak a guest speaker. But when I got here, I saw it was panelists. Because I do a lot of speaking engagements, so I mixed up some of them, so forgive me. But as it is, I prepared a PowerPoint. Yes, please, next slide. Investing for tomorrow, strategic approach to inflation and currency devaluation. And in my life before I became an AI researcher at Oxford University, I was an investment banker. And I was both in operations, corporate banking, and treasury. And I handled foreign exchange at a bank called International Merchant Bank. Some of you are too young to know International Merchant Bank, but that was where great bankers, the greatest Nigerian bankers, came from. People like Tony Lumelu, Mrs. Folonswa Lakija, and so on and so forth. I'm probably the least of them that came from International Merchant Bank of you. Well, I've already been introduced. So now, everybody's talking about AI. Is there anyone here who has not heard about AI? Anybody here? We've all heard about AI. Right? Let's be reactive. We've all heard about AI. So we have lawyers here. We have, I think, my lord. I think there's a judge here. Welcome, madam. Everybody says, who are we? We are CEOs of manufacturing companies, CEO of legal companies. We want AI. Right? What do you want? AI. AI to do what? You know, it's a buzzword because everybody is using ChatGPT. What do you want AI for? We don't know. When do you want it? Now. So AI started not today. The first AI was in 1956 in a Dartmouth conference in Pennsylvania, when the name AI was coined by John McCarthy. 20 of them gathered together, and the man they call the godfather of AI, Jeffrey Hinton, actually is a psychologist, and he won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2024. So, when I talk to young students in Oxford, in Nigeria, when I come home to visit, and I tell them about AI, they say, we are not computer scientists, we don't understand mathematics. Okay, well, my first degree was in zoology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Then I pivoted, I went into the Nigerian Army as an instructor in the NDA. When I saw that the Army wasn't meeting my ambition, I went into banking. At the interview, the CEO asked me, zoology, Army, you want to be a banker? I said, yes. I said, what you need to do a job is what you consider above average intelligence. And then he said, you're too, are you sure? I said, 6 months if I don't perform. And at that time, it was a period of, I think it was Buhari or Babangida, and most of my bosses or my colleagues in NDA were governors and ministers under military government. So I opened doors as a young banker, and the rest is history, and God blessed me in banking. Then, getting tired of banking, I got invited to be a senior academic fellow at Oxford University to do research on Nigeria and South Africa, the leading economies in Africa. So that was in March of 2022. November 2022, OpenAI came out with ChatGPT. And all over Oxford, it was artificial intelligence. You have about 20 departments that do artificial intelligence separately. I did my postgraduate in Side Business School for business. You have artificial intelligence for medicine. You have artificial intelligence for law. You have artificial intelligence for psychology, for chemistry, for science. About 20 departments. So it became a buzzword. And for you to get involved in AI, say, Hubbridge, you want to get involved in AI, you don't just do it anyhow because it can destroy your company, it can make you. AI can be used for good, it can be used for evil. You have deepfake, you have AI being used by what you call Cambridge Analytica that influenced the voting pattern of the British to vote Brexit, to leave Brexit. It tampered with it. It has data, a lot of data. Everybody's data is in the system. And I have to caution you, if you are using ChatGPT and throwing information there, you have to be careful not to put your client's confidential data into it. Because once it hits ChatGPT, it is there in the cloud, it is there in Perplexity, it is there in Grok, it is available to everybody. Because DeepSeek has what you call open source. Open source in technology means that anybody can go in there and anybody can change what is there. But when you have closed source, which is what OpenAI has over DeepSeek. So those are some of the things. And the future of work is artificial intelligence. It's unfortunate that Africa is only responsible for 1% of technology in the world. There are 11,000 data centers in the world. I'll get to the 4C framework on AI very shortly. You need data. You need clean data, and you need to use AI ethically and responsibly. You see, politicians, you can juxtapose the face of a politician on pornography. A man who is running for presidency or for governorship, you juxtapose his head on pornography, and you cannot tell the difference. AI has no polarity. Good, evil. Aeroplanes were made to reduce distance between point A to point B. But aeroplanes were used to bomb the World Trade Center. Marriage was ordained by God for good for 3 reasons. I'm not a pastor, but if you read your Bible, the 3 reasons why marriage was ordained. But some couples have killed each other out of this God-ordained goodness. So also is AI. Have you people heard of what Yoruba is called abiku? You've heard about abiku? We Igbos call it obanje. Okay? What is obanje? Coming and going these several seasons. You stay out. Wait. Bravo tree. That is John Pepper Clark. Wole Soyinka wrote his own. Abiku. In vain your bangles cast. Charm circle at my feet. I am Abiku. Calling for the first and repeated time. Must I weep for goats and cowries? For palm oil and the sprinkle ash. Yams do not sprout in amulets. To earth Abiku's limbs. What is Abiku? Sickle cell anemia. Then they will take the child to Babalawo and Mamalawo. I want to be sexist now. It's not only Babalawo. Women also do awo. You see? So, can someone get me a bottle of water, please? So they mark them with orishirishi, put cowries around their neck, and the probability of an abiku surviving is 25%. If you do the AA, AS, when you do the math of it, the algebra of it, the probability of becoming an SS is 25%. So when that child survives, one of the 25% survives, they said, Babalawo Tishishe, Babalawo has done the job. Opening from it. Okay? So, AI speeds drug discovery, and they've discovered drugs that are on NHS UK for sickle cell anemia, not just bone marrow transplant. That's been done. Then, thank you. Yeah. Then, when people are paralyzed from neck down, they cannot talk, they cannot write. I have experienced it. I was sick in hospital in South Africa. I could not communicate, but my brain was working. They had something to dry my throat. So there's what you call, Elon Musk has a company called Neuralink. It is called the brain computer interface. They put a chip in your brain and it reads what you're thinking about and throws it on the screen for you to see. This is what Sonny Roche is thinking about. How are my children doing? Can I see the result of my son in his last exam? When is he getting married? What are the plans? Everything will show on the screen. Now, on the 20th of October, 2 things happened in the world, AI world. The Amazon World Web Services crashed. The whole world was in chaos when it crashed. That same day, Fields Hospital in London, one of the best eye hospitals, was able to make 4 blind people regain their sight. It's not the case of Jesus saying the blind shall see. This was technology. What they do is the same. You create the optic nerves, because blindness is either from destruction of optic nerves or the cornea of the eyes, whatever, or the retina. So it's possible to put these chips in your brain through the blood vein. It interprets sight, and you regain. They did 4. I don't know what they've done so far since October 20th. Then we are talking about currency, interest rates, agriculture, trade, the 10 biggest companies in the world, most capitalized companies in the world, apart from Saudi Aramco, are all tech companies. The biggest company in the world today is a company called NVIDIA. What does it manufacture? AI chips. On October 29th, NVIDIA hit market capitalization of $5 trillion. Guess what? Africa has 54 countries. The GDP of the 54 countries in Africa is only 3.3 trillion. What are we talking about? We are here talking about crude oil, damaging the environment. People are using technology. Young Nigerians, technology is your today, is your future. After NVIDIA, you have Microsoft, then you have Google, you have Meta, you have TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Companies. This is the future of work. If you do not change, the MC talked about Alvin Toffler, that the illiterate, I quote, the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. With all, unquote, with all modesty, what I went to study in Nsukka was zoology. How to dissect cockroaches and lizards and toads. Zoo. Ended up, I said, this is not going to pay. In the military, when I was an instructor in ND, my salary was 5,000 naira a year. This was 1978. Then I went to the bank, the interview. When I got the job, my salary was 11,000 naira a year. At that time, senators were living in 2004. Their annual salary was 10,000 naira. And I was earning 11,000 naira then. Then moved on. You must always do not be limited to any section in life. That's not your portion. You must be versatile. You must be ready to change and try and be the best of what you can. When I was applying to be a senior academic fellow in Oxford, one of my friends like, what's wrong with this guy? Who do you think you are? From Nsukka, you did MBA, and you think, and I had God's favor because I prepared for it, because this was what I wanted to do. I prepared for it. I studied hard and I got in. Then, as a senior academic fellow, to go and be a student again, today postgraduate in AI, my colleagues were like, are you okay? I said, yes, because this is our today, this is our future. AI has been called the disruptive technology. So before you go into AI, there is what we developed in Oxford University called the 4C framework of AI. These are the 4C framework for organizational AI readiness. I'm a member of UNESCO AI readiness methodology for Africa. So the first thing you look at is the constituents, the first C, constituents. What constitutes the constituents? If you talk about the courts, the first person you have to convince are the justices of Supreme Court. Now, can you allow judges use AI, large language models, to determine cases very fast? If you know how to use AI, you see, a lot of you use AI for writing letters, replying emails. That thing is wonderful. Average human, every human being has 86 billion neurons. These are the connectivity of your brain. The one for sight, the one for reason, the one for smell, all kinds of things. AI has been trained with 1.2 trillion of weights. They are not neurons, but we try to replicate the human brain. So, if you can use AI very well, it's like you buying a Rolls Royce, and you usually need to be doing kabu or just be doing short distances. Some of these cars have to be fired. So, why AI in 2022? Things happen. One is China, America had plenty of money. What do you want to do with it? They had exhausted everything. So they went into tech. You have these weak kids in San Francisco, in China, in India. India and China have the greatest STEM education PhDs in the world. STEM education, you all know what STEM is: science, technology, mathematics. I'm not saying you shouldn't study religion or go and study literature or biology. But what the world needs today is technology. And we must ensure mathematics is not difficult. It's logic. But we have this psychological fear of mathematics. So, but AI is not just mathematics. There are two sections of AI. Those who build the models. Those who do econometrics, decision tree, k-means, etc., etc. But there are also applicants, because you all use word processors. But none of you knows how our PowerPoint presentation was built, word processor, and the rest of them. The next C is what's it? Capacity, capability. You want to do AI? Do you have the finances to buy the technology? Big companies can do large language models. Small practices, even a law firm doesn't need a huge LLM. Good news is you have what you call small language model that can contain everything you do in law in Africa and the whole world. All the cases you need, bibliographies, references, case studies, you have them in small language models. So the capacity is there. Under capacity, you have the people who can interpret AI. Then you have the culture. Do you encourage innovation in your company? Or this is how our forefathers used to do it, we must continue to kill Obanjis? Innovation. So, once you have run through your organization, after the board, management, everybody buys into AI. You tell them that AI will not take your job, but those who have learned to use AI will. Because AI on its own cannot work. Someone has to use it. Now, I read Samuel Huabunwa's paper on infrastructure, on roads. You know, in China, South Korea, they are not building roads anymore. They are developing flying cars. Cars that will utilize space up there. So you don't need bitumen, you don't need anymore. You create some other thing. So I'm very, very concerned for Africa. I'm very, very concerned for Africa. Because I want you to challenge our political leaders, our corporate leaders, that what is going to be your AI policy, technology policy, if you want to run for presidency of Nigeria. If you want to be governor, what policies do you have? I advise some state governors. I'm from Abia State. I called Alex Otti. I said, listen, we must make Abia a tech-first state. He said, give me some people. I called people retired from Microsoft, people who are tech. I said, are you ready to go to Abia? They say yes. They are there now. We are creating AI hub. My company, Gen AI, we are working with University of Abuja to create an AI center for them. If you go to Rwanda, you will see wonders. And now, I wrote an article which was published yesterday, 9th yesterday, on replacement of cadavers with AI. You know what cadavers are? When they use dead bodies. As a zoology student in Nsukka, I didn't like to go and capture lizards and toads, put them in formaldehyde and start cutting them up. You look at the nervous system, you look at the brain. I couldn't stand it. But now, that's what they call digital twins. Cadavers are dead bodies. They are being put in formaldehyde. They smell. It is dead. But AI replicates what you call digital twins. The human body is replicated, although it's digital. You see the heart, you can simulate heartbeat. You can simulate breathing. You can simulate heart attack. But a dead cadaver is dead cadaver. It can't do anything. You just call it up. They tell you, okay, the heart, the pulmonary artery has been blocked. But digital twin will show you a patient having a heart attack. The pulmonary artery, stroke, everything, it will show it there. And you don't have to cut up everything. You use your mouse, your computer indicators to follow and open it up. Whatever operation you want to do, you do it. So it is really, really a technology. And I have a lot of born again in my family. I'm born again too. But I'm also a strong believer that God has given us everything. He's given us the brain to overcome the world. So one of my born again family members said, oh, no, this artificial intelligence is of the devil. I said, why do you think it's of the devil? Before geographers could figure out the shape of the world, they said the earth was flat. Abi? So they now found out that the earth is spherical. And during geography, I think we have 6 planets. The earth, Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter. Today, with the power of technology, human beings have discovered 32,000 other solar systems. Totally out of this our solar system, the universe. So it now shows you the wonders of God. There are some planets that they have serious fire, molten, burning, yet circulated and covered with ice. We are still trying to decipher how the ice and hot molten coexist. That's the wonder of Jehovah. He made it. He has the whole world in his hands. But he has given us the brain. So when I wrote one article about God and artificial intelligence, the Redeemed Church called me. I had to give them a talk on all things wise and wonderful. The Lord God made them all. If he doesn't want us to achieve it, we will not achieve it. I said to my born again sisters, I said, okay, fine. The scientist that says there is no God, let him take a spaceship and go to the sun. Then I'll worship his God. But God has not allowed us. He cannot allow us to go to the sun. Because God is light, is fire. On the mountain, you cannot see my face. It was the burning grass. Right? So you start relating some of these things. AI evangelist. I call myself an AI prophet because I don't want the gap between the white man and the black man to continue to widen. It is our responsibility as sensible Africans who compete with white people all over the world to ensure that Nigeria takes its rightful place, its God-ordained destiny to lead this continent. Not just going to quell coup in Benin Republic, but to quell Boko Haram in the northeastern part of Nigeria. Put Nigeria first. I've written to so many articles. You use drones. You use facial recognition. The war between Russia and Ukraine ordinarily should have taken Russia 1 week to finish Ukraine. But that war has been described as algorithm war. Ukraine is using unmanned drones to ward off Russia thus far, over 3 years now. Before it was impossible. They will have crossed Ukraine in less than a week. So, we can use drones to check, instead of paying heavy money to a civilian running your security against theft of our oil resources. You use drones. Facial recognition. You use the facial recognition to find out where the movement of Boko Haram, the movement of insurgency. You use drones to check them. You don't need to put boots on the ground. AI soldiers, robotic soldiers are now going to, you will not lose lives in war. It's robots versus robots. What you want is territory. I want to go and capture the oil well in Gabon. I don't need to send my sons and daughters to go there. Robots will go there and fight robots. A more superior robot would take over. That is where the world is at today. But Africa is not there. Can we go back to the slide, please? Yes. Let's see some more interesting things. These are all the details. Okay, well, let's go back to economics. Global inflation projected to fall towards this. Whenever you want me to stop, if I'm filling the gap for Mazi Sambu Huabunwa. So these are the statistics that are there. The impact of COVID during 2020 and all those are there. Well, I thank God I'm also an economist. When I did my MBA and specialized in international finance, by the way. So next slide. Okay, it talks about headline inflation. 2024 was a really bad year, but the year is coming down. But for our brethren who go to the market, do you feel that inflation is coming down? It's probably different from what the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics tells us. The devaluation of Naira. I'm also a guest lecturer at a joint MBA between London Business School and Columbia University. And my lecture was on, I lectured them twice, was on removal of fuel subsidy, which in itself, from economic point of view, it's a good thing. Because that subsidy was going corruptly to enrich people. But do you have to stop something because people are corruptly using it? I believe that it's the responsibility of government to ensure that you nip corruption in the board, because the people who are in oil subsidies are not you and I. It is the big men. You open the newspapers, they are visiting Aso Rock. You go there, they are attending big conferences all over the world. We know them. You and I are not the ones who are getting this subsidy to import petroleum products. It is the big people. So government should have the moral audacity and strength to say, listen, we have 1% of Nigerians feeding fat, whereas my villagers in Umuahia are starving. I went to my alma mater, Government College Umuahia. We had to, as old boys, put up like 3 billion to revive that college, the great college of Chinua Achebe, where great men went through. You know, my big brother has come. Mazi Sam, I was holding forth for you. And the people will tell me whether so I said I must always support my brother. Yes. So I'll round up now. Removal of the oil subsidy, if was channeled to people-centric development, the ecosystem where it is most needed, medicine, infrastructure, education. I was the keynote speaker at the 64th Founders Day event in Nsukka, my alma mater. It was done every year to honor Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe and the founding fathers of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I went through the departments that trained me, the hostel that I stayed, and I cried. And it's a reflection of most government-owned departments, institutions. I'll round up now. Mazi, before you came, I read through your speech. And what I said to them, I said, well, Mazi, you haven't addressed the disruptive economy of today. I read it carefully. I said the economy of today, the future of work, is artificial intelligence and technology. Any country that doesn't adopt artificial intelligence will live with the motto of my company, Gen AI Learning Concept. Our motto is AI or die. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take the next guest speech by...
The next guest speech is by the Honorable Commissioner for Wealth Creation, Lagos State, in the person of Honorable Akiemi Bankole Ajigbotafe. Please, a round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner.
Yes, yes, yes.
I will be reading out his profile. Honorable Akiemi Bankole is the Commissioner for Wealth Creation and Employment, Lagos State, a dynamic leader committed to empowering SMEs, creating jobs, and driving sustainable economic growth. He has championed innovative initiatives that strengthen youth employment, entrepreneurship, and investment opportunities across Lagos State. A passionate advocate for prosperity and enterprise development, he continues to shape policies that enable businesses to thrive. The Honorable Commissioner will be ably represented by Ajayi Adebola. Please, a round of applause for Ajayi Adebola as he comes on the stage to take the guest address on behalf of Honorable Bankole Akiemi.
Yes,
please, a round of applause for him.
Please, as he speaks, do well to take notes. We have jotters and pens placed right there on your seat. Please write down your questions and we'll be taking them shortly. Please make use of the jotters. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Commissioner extends his regards. He will have been here in person, but other state assignment, present state assignment, has made it impossible for the Honorable Commissioner to be here in person this morning. So he has actually sent his apologies. Let me at this point present the Honorable Commissioner's speech. Distinguished guests, esteemed organizers, captains of industries, financial experts, legal practitioners, entrepreneurs, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I say good morning. It is a privilege to join you at this pivotal forum. The conversations we engage in today are essential, not just for understanding our current economic landscape, but for shaping the future of investment, productivity, and national prosperity. The theme, Investing for Tomorrow, Strategic Approach to Inflation and Currency Devaluation Risk, captures a defining challenge of our time and calls for pragmatic yet visionary thinking. Let me at this point commend the organizers for creating this platform for meaningful dialogue. When the private sector, policymakers, and thought leaders come together with shared intent, the outcome is not merely discussion, it is direction. Your slogan, Naija go work, Japa no be solution, speaks to the spirit of resilience and commitment that must guide our economic journey. It reminds us that Nigeria and Lagos, our own Lagos in particular, remains a land of opportunity for those willing to invest their capital, skills, and creativity. At our own ministry, that is the Ministry of Work, Creation and Employment, our mission is to transform these opportunities into real economic outcomes. Wealth creation becomes tangible when factories expand production, when startups scale, when value chains deepen, and when innovation translates into jobs and prosperity. It is important to acknowledge the realities before us. Inflation is affecting the cost of living and business operations. Currency fluctuations have introduced uncertainty across sectors. These challenges are significant, but they are not unique to Nigeria, nor are they insurmountable. In fact, they present a critical moment for recalibration Around the world, nations have turned economic headwinds into catalysts for structural reforms and new pathways for growth. Nigeria can do the same. Distinguished participants, Lagos stands at the center of this possibility. As the economic engine of our nation, Lagos offers unmatched market access, evolving infrastructure, and a government deeply committed to improving the ease of doing business. Our business environment reforms are targeted at reducing friction, increasing transparency, and enabling both local and foreign investors to operate with greater confidence. Our commitment to small and medium enterprises is deliberate and strategic. Through funding programs, capacity building, and market access support, Lagos continues to nurture enterprises that will become tomorrow's major industry players. We understand that sustainable economic development is driven from the ground up. Now, to the core of today's discourse. How do we strategically respond to inflation and currency devaluation risk? It is a question that needs strategic answers. And as we are gathered here this morning, I know that we all do justice to this question. One critical approach is diversification of markets, inputs, and investment portfolios. Over-reliance on any single source of supply, revenue, or currency exposes businesses to vulnerabilities. A diversified economy, however, fosters resilience. As a state, we are opening pathways for investments in sectors that naturally edge against microeconomic fluctuations, such as 1, agriculture and agro-processing. By strengthening local processing capacities and capabilities, we reduce import dependence, conserve foreign exchange, and create jobs across the value chain. And our immortal rice mill is a testimony to this agro-processing program of the state government. Technology and fintech. Lagos continues to lead Africa's digital revolution. And as I was seated, I was listening with keen interest when the speaker was speaking about artificial intelligence. And in Lagos State, we are also taking a lead in developing and shaping the future of our Lagos residents towards embracing artificial intelligence. Our innovation ecosystem is vibrant, competitive, and globally recognized. Investment in technology strengthens the productivity, transparency, and economic efficiency. 3, infrastructure, it is transport, housing, and energy. These investments are not only yield stable returns, but also enable other sectors to thrive. Our infrastructure plan are designed to unlock growth and improve competitiveness. These opportunities and others reinforce a simple truth: investment and employment are inseparable. Every strategic investment has a ripple effect, and creating direct jobs, stimulating supply chains, empowering communities, and expanding the middle class. In those days, the middle class is a thing of pride. In today's Nigeria, it is no more a thing that we can say we have in Nigeria these days. This is why we remain committed to youth and women empowerment through skills and human capital development, entrepreneurship support, and access to finance initiatives. We are equipping this vital demographic to contribute meaningfully to the state's economic trajectory. the Lagos State government stands ready as a partner. We are committed for continuous engagement, to listening, and to removing obstacles that hinder business success. Our doors remain open to investors, both local and global, innovators, and development partners who share our vision of a prosperous Lagos. Your Lagos, my Lagos, our Lagos. As we gather here today, let us remember that the future will be shaped by the decisions we make today. And now is the time. Strategic investment requires courage, but the courage anchored in knowledge, collaboration, and a shared belief in Nigeria's potential. The economic challenges we face are real, no doubt about that. But so too are the opportunities emerging from them. Nigeria will work, Lagos will lead, and together we will build an economy defined not by limitation, but by possibility. Thank you for the honor of addressing this distinguished forum. I look forward to the insights and partnership that will emerge from today's conversations. God bless you. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajayi Adebola.
Make it loud, make it loud, make it loud. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we want to have a quick call and response, right? So we can add our tagline to, the event we're having today, right? We'll have a tagline. So we're going to say, invest in Niger, and you will respond, Niger go walk, Jackpot no be solution. And please, we want to crave your indulgence. If you could please go a step further, to please bring out your phones. We don't want to disturb our panelists and our keynote speakers and our speakers here. Please, the rest of us here, can we bring out our phones so we can make a video, post on social media, and add the hashtag
NIF 2025.
Yes, please. Let's make this trend. Okay, let's make it go viral. Thank you very much. So please, let me give you 1 second to bring out your phone, set your cameras. Yeah, set your selfie cameras. Are you ready? All right. So when I say Niger go invest in Niger, you say Niger go work, Jackpot no be solution. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right.
Invest in Niger, Jackpot no.
All right. Do we have that? Should we take it one more time? One more time. Let's have it.
Invest in Niger.
Somebody say Niger no go work. God forbid in Jesus' name. Bros, who offended you? Please, we apologize on behalf of Niger. Thank you very much.
Distinguished speakers, learned jurists, captains of industry, representatives of multilateral institutions, regulators, policymakers, esteemed investors, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm glad it's still morning. It's really a privilege to stand before you at this Nigeria Investment Forum 2025 to speak on a subject that I believe is at the center of every serious conversation about wealth, development, and national prosperity. Topic: investing for tomorrow, strategic approaches to inflation and currency devaluation. Over the last few years, investors in Nigeria and across Africa have been navigating what feels like a perfect storm. High and volatile inflation that erodes real returns, periodic currency devaluations that change the value of assets and liabilities overnight, tight global financial conditions, and shifting capital flows. I remember in 1986, I wrote an article for, at that time I was group sales manager for Pfizer International in Nigeria. There's a magazine called Farmer News. 86 was when we had the structural adjustment program enunciated by President Babangida. At that time, there was the first devaluation, and prices rose. And I think at that time, it was like 2 naira, $1 to 2 naira or something, $1 to 3 naira. And I wrote an article that
things were so tough, you couldn't sell, that if this devaluation will continue and Naira gets to about 10 Naira to the dollar, that nobody will be able to buy and sell anything in Nigeria. That was my postulation. How short-sighted was I? So I'm saying that that was the kind of postulation we made in those days, because when the first devaluation happened, it was difficult to sell because prices rose. You know, from a currency that was stronger than the dollar, then it became weaker than the dollar. And there was alarm in the market. But today, we're pretty cool with 1,400 or 1,500. We're just doing well. And we thank God for that. Abi, shouldn't we thank God? For the Nigerian investor, whether it's institutional or retail, this is not an abstract macroeconomic debate. It is deeply personal. It's about whether pension funds can meet obligations 20 years from now, whether businesses can plan beyond the next quarter, whether families can preserve the value of their savings, whether school fees can be paid, and what happens to retirement funds. The key question is not whether these risks exist. We all feel them. The wonder to me first is how we're able to survive. But for businesses, the question is, how do we invest through them and beyond them? Because it has become a reality of life. We have become better educated economically to know you can't even dictate to the value of any currency. It's not something you can dictate, you cannot decree. It is affected by several factors which economists here know better than myself. To better appreciate the theme for today's event, we must first appreciate what investment is all about before delving into the technical terms like inflation and devaluation. Investment simply means putting your money, time, or resources into something today with the expectation that it will bring benefits or profits in the future. That's what investment is. And I'm pretty glad that I'm seeing fairly young people here who must be aggressively in the investment part of their lives, either investing their resources or investing their time and talents. In financial terms, investment usually refers to committing money to assets like businesses, real estate, stocks, bonds, or projects with the aim of earning returns over time. In today's Nigeria, the idea of investing is not a new one, but appears to be a line mine through which many people lose their financial commitments through economic activities of inflation and devaluation. Many companies have shut down in the last 2-3 years because of the shock of the massive devaluation that happened, of course, followed by other economic policies that made it difficult for especially small companies to succeed. There were a torrent of divestments, even by the established companies in the country in the first 2 years of this new economic projection. The young trader or spare parts dealer at Lagos who capitalizes his business to the tune of 50 million, with which he used to make purchases abroad at a particular dollar exchange, may find himself unable to restock his market, even after making some profits, as the dollar exchange rate and inflation econometrics will have made it practically impossible for him to restock with the same capital. I think this is the convenient point for us to ask ourselves. What is the meaning of devaluation? What is the meaning of inflation? And what kind of risk are we talking about? You know, when we talk about Nigeria has, the government says, I think it was in August, our president said he has achieved his revenue expectation for the year. Who had him say it? Anybody had him say it? Please raise your hand, because let me be sure I wasn't the only person. He was on television. And the way they speak about the revenue, it's as if money fell down from heaven for this government. or there was a jackpot. What they have simply done is to tax us. Hello? Do you know that what they've done is just taxing us? It's a tax. That the devaluation is a tax. If you are buying something at 400 or 480 or 500 and you're now buying it at 1,500 from government, it's a tax. The issue of removing subsidy. What are we doing? With the money we're using to buy the fuel, we're paying it. It's a tax to government. The government is receiving the tax, and that's what's increasing the volume. So I think we better understand, that's in case they don't, that what Nigeria is doing is taxing its citizens more and creating more revenue for the public sector. The money that should have been with us as private sector people, government is taking them to themselves. And then, of course, I didn't get the first part of what Sonny was saying, but from the second part, the question is this money being rightly spent? Is it being justly spent? Is it being efficiently spent to justify the tax me and you and everybody that is operating in this economy is paying more than we used to pay? It's a tax. And that is what inflation is too. Inflation is nothing but a tax, but a silent one. Because you buy something 5 naira, you go to the shop tomorrow, it's now 6 naira. That additional 1 naira you're paying is a tax on you. It is what you do not actively protect. A nominal return of 15% looks impressive until you realize that inflation is running at, say, 20%. If inflation is running at 20% and you are saving your money at 15%, what's happening to the value of your money? It's coming down. Because what you bought at the time, when you get your 15% interest, you can't buy the same amount of goods anymore. So we must be conscious of this inflation as a little erosion that sometimes is not quite perceptive, but in our area, it's so perceptive that we have almost become numbed by inflation. Inflation is 18% or 19%. I was saying we're doing well. Go to developed countries, they are doing 2%, 1.5%. If inflation gets to 4%, there's crisis because they understand what it is to protect the value of investment. So, in real terms, you are getting poorer. For investors, inflation risk means your cash flows tomorrow will buy less than they do today. Long-dated fixed returns can become negative in real terms. Mispricing of assets when we focus only on normal yields. Somebody was asking me yesterday, a banker came to my house and said, why don't I extend an investment that I had with them for longer instead of 3 months? I said, I'm doing 3 months. Because 3 months is a long time in Nigeria for things to change. You lock your money for 1 year and then inflation goes haywire. What do? Your hands are tied. And banks don't refund you anything. In fact, they don't adjust anything. Who has ever had his savings adjusted upwards before? You invested money in a bank and then the interest changed and they adjusted it upwards. Have you seen that? But if you borrowed money, the day CBN announces a change in MPR, what happens? They adjust you know, too many things they are doing to people in this country, and I don't know how just it is. I don't know how just it is, but for me, I feel it is very unfair. If you can adjust my interest upwards, if I borrow your money, you can also adjust my savings upwards if you are holding my money. Isn't it fair? All right, so. On the other hand, currency devaluation risk is more visible, more dramatic, and often more emotional. A sudden depreciation of the naira does 3 things. It reduces the foreign currency value of local assets. It increases the local currency burden of foreign denominated obligations. Last year, the little company called Nimet International that I helped to found, and which I still have a few shares, lost 1 billion naira on currency devaluation. In 2023, the same. 2024, the same. Why? Because we have a foreign denominated obligation. We have Korean yen, we borrowed in Korean yen, and they're adjusting we lost about 2 billion in 2 years. What's our capital? What's the capital base of the company to lose 2 billion in 2 years? Just because of this. And somebody is not conscious of the fact that he has dragged many companies into that level by actually pressing all the funds they have out of them. And your auditor must say you must provide for the valuation. Even when the debt is not yet crystallized, you must provide today. So it's very, very tough, and I believe that we are understanding what it means. It also distorts planning, pricing, and investor confidence. Because for foreign investors, currency risk often determines whether Nigerian returns are attractive at all. For domestic investors, it shapes the search for assets that can act as a hedge, assets that move with or ahead of the exchange rate. I believe that is part of the reason we're here, to teach us a little bit of how to invest wisely, especially since we're fairly young investors. I believe that is what is the mind of these people who have put this program together. Inflation and currency risk go down for what I would like to call the double discount. It's a double discount when the two of them, both there's inflation and currency. Double, because each of them is reducing the value of your wealth, reducing the value of your investment. On tomorrow, they discount not only the value of your money, but also our confidence in planning. Because after you plan, and then things don't work the way you've planned, you wonder, should you be planning again? I mean, like I used to say that if in Nigeria, that all you have in an equation are variables. So if you do mathematics, and you have to balance an equation, and all of them are variables, how will you balance the equation? Is it possible? Any mathematician here? No. You have constants and then one variable. Then you are looking at how to deal with the variable. But here everything is variable. Inflation, variable. Devaluation, currency, variable. Many things are variable. Energy, variable. Energy cost. So how will you balance an equation? It's difficult. Now let me say what I call from fear to framework, rethinking the risk, which, as I said, is why we're here. It's okay to talk about the issues. The more important thing is, what do we take away? How do we deal with these issues? We're going to live with them. Nigeria has gotten high on this area, and we're going to live with them many, many, many years to come. It's going to be fluctuating. It moderates, it fluctuates until our productivity gets to a level where we can guarantee more stable exchange rates and more manageable inflation. It is easy to become pessimistic in such an environment as we are. But great investors are not people who avoid risk. They are people who price and do what? Manage risk better than others. That's all. Like the guy who came yesterday telling me, your little money has matured. Can we? I said, no. There's no rollover. If you want to roll over, we have to renegotiate. Otherwise, I go look for better returns. That is the way investors who are experienced try to manage their risk. So that's what it is. So you cannot beat inflation by standing still. You can't say, let me put my money in the pocket, or let me, tie it up somewhere. No. Parking funds perpetually in low-yield cash instruments, in real terms, a guaranteed loss. Because that's the easiest place we run into cash yields, fixed deposits. Sometimes we go to treasury bills. Not many people that I know about bonds. You cannot ignore currency dynamics in an open an import-dependent economy. You can't. Assets must be evaluated not only on their naira returns, but on how those returns behave relative to the exchange rate. Very many people make money in naira, but when they have to go and buy things, they pay in dollar. And then they find that all the naira they have made cannot match what they have to pay in dollar. And then there's a mismatch. As I used to tell my guys, you import in dollar and you sell in naira. It's a mismatch. And you continuously have cash flow challenge. Because sooner or later your working capital depreciates. It's not that you ate it. It's not that any witch stole it. Not a snake that ate it. It is because inflation and devaluation have eaten your wealth. As you cannot invest for tomorrow with just mental models. We have to change our models. And it starts from mental appreciation of what I think we're speaking at this conference. The mental appreciation is how do we adjust our thinking? How do we become nimble in understanding the dynamics of devaluation, the dynamics of inflation, and how to adjust ourselves. Thank God today, you can do most of this on your phone, manage your accounts. Some people on the stock exchange today, trading by themselves, they're not using stockbrokers. It's allowed. So you're watching the state, you can move today, come back, take positions. You find that your money is working for you more than those of us who are investment ignoramus. We don't know much. And you don't need to have 20 million to start investing, guys. 1,000 naira yields income. Am I right or left? Sorry. So on asset allocation, risk management, and even regulatory frameworks, you must adapt. With this mindset, let me outline 5 strategic approaches for investing in the face of inflation and currency devaluation. The first strategic approach is real assets and inflation-linked investments. The first pillar is owning what inflation cannot easily destroy. So when you want to balance your asset, or when you want to have a more stable portfolio, please look critically at those assets that inflation cannot easily destroy. That's the first rule. And which are those assets? Number one that comes to mind is what? Real assets. Real estate. If you invest in real estate, are there real estate investors here? Any real estate person? Am I saying the correct thing? That is one of the surest places in the world today, if you have the right titles, which is the other key success factor, you will be sure that come rain, come shine, you will see appreciation. Once I tried to sell my asset below cost, once in my lifetime, but my agent refused to go and sell it. I was in a desperate situation. I owed banks, and they were threatening me. So I put everything I had, and I wanted to sell. So there was a land I had in Lekki Phase 1 here, way back. And they were pricing it. I said, sell. My agent said, I will not sell. Can you imagine? My agent said he will not sell. Because he just says it doesn't work or got cooled down. And of course, in a couple of weeks, not even months, the price changed. Because even though real estates are a good store of money, but if the economy is in a depressive move, they don't become easily liquid. You don't easily liquefy them. That's why you need where in your distribution of your assets, you must have quick cash. Otherwise, the patient cannot wait. The doctor will not wait. Say, let me go and sell my land. It's no easy. All right, okay. Thank you. So real estate infrastructure. Infrastructure is a good place. other road power. Of course, like real estate, you may not have the quick return the day you put your money. What is attractive in cash? Put the money that can even give you a return up front. You begin to spend. But in this real value assets, you have to wait. Infrastructure, agriculture, energy, some commodities often have cash flows or intrinsic value than move with prices. So when prices move, commodities rise, oil rises, other things rise up, just as it goes down, unlike some other items. Real estate rents can be adjusted with inflation, and in some markets, even pegged to foreign currency benchmarks. I hear they are doing so in Banana Island. So is it correct? They are benchmarking inflation with dollar in Ikoyi and Sonny. Am I right? I live on the mainland where the people live, so I don't know some of these things. Agriculture, infrastructure assets like toll routes, ports, power are often underpinned by long-term concession agreements with tariff adjustment mechanisms. Agriculture and commodities tend to rise with global prices, offering a natural inflation hedge. What I'm saying is that some products are easily adjusted to currency inflation, especially in international trade. In addition, we should deepen the market for inflation-linked instruments, which I talked about, which many of us may not be aware. Things like bonds, whose coupons or principal adjust with inflation indices. Where government or corporate issuers provide such instruments, they become critical tools for pension funds, insurers, and long-term savers. For policymakers and regulators in this room, one key takeaway is this: the more we deepen markets for real and inflation-linked assets, the more we give investors, especially young people, the legal and financial tools to protect tomorrow's value. The second approach is currency diversification and natural hedges. This approach is true currency diversification. For too long, currency discussion in Nigeria has been framed narrowly around flight, moving well out of Naira. But there's a smarter way using natural hedges and diversified exposures. Companies that earn in foreign currency, either through exports, remittances, or international services, naturally hedge currency risk. Investing in such firms gives investors a share in those hard currency earnings. Eurobonds, foreign currency mutual funds, and diaspora instruments can provide direct foreign exchange exposure within regulated channels. Structured products that blend Naira assets with forex-linked components can balance yield and protection. For domestic business, the question is, how can my business model earn at least part of its revenue in a currency that is stronger in its current base? It's not too late to think about. It's not too early. What can you export? And if you sell goods, officially where is this place? They carry out coup, or they try to carry coup now. Benin Republic or Ghana. Do you know where you're going to get your money? What? In foreign currency. And it's in dollars. Even though you have the PAPS system now, where you can pay, in some African countries as Afrexim have started. But the main transaction is in dollar. When I was CEO of NIF, the first dollar I earned was to export to Ghana. And I was using that dollar now to import products. And there is nothing you cannot export from Nigeria, nothing. Hello? Did you hear me? I say NOTHING on the line, nothing. Tell me anything that's in this country, if it's not written in Equatorial Guinea, is needed in Guinea-Bissau, or it's needed in the DRC. Somewhere they need your products. We run a company called Excel Hunt Africa. And what we do with Excel Hunt Africa is to say what do you need in this? What do you need? You put it in a platform, you find that somebody else somewhere in Africa needs it. Or I have something to buy or sell. You find somebody somewhere in Africa, in Ghana, in Kenya, will find. So that's one way we're trying to force intra-Africa trade. And you can pay in dollar. You can also pay using the PAP system. Number 3 is what I call the strategic approach 3, productive and innovation-driven sectors. The third approach is to invest in sectors that expand real productive capacity. Inflation in an economy like ours is not only monetary, it's also structural, driven by supply bottlenecks, logistics, energy costs, and productivity gaps. Investments that directly address these constraints need to outperform over the long term and can act as structural hedges. For example, energy and power investments that reduce cost of doing business. People are talking about solar and such kind of investments. Logistics and transport that reduce the landed cost of goods. Technology and fintech that improve efficiency and scale. Agriculture and agro-processing that reduce food inflation and import dependency. These are areas that are productivity driven, and so they retain more value if you invest in them. By directing capital towards these sectors, investors are not just chasing yield, they are also reshaping the inflation equation itself. In other words, we best hedge against tomorrow's inflation by investing in today's productivity. It's productivity that hedges inflation. And when you invest in this kind of thing, you're doing two things. You're protecting your income and helping the country. If we have more companies, invest more companies doing solar, more companies doing AI, more companies doing fintech. These things are bringing increased efficiency and productivity to us. And we still have returns, but at the same time, we're contributing to national well-being. I will soon be done, just 2 more. Strategic approach number 4, robust risk management and scenario planning. This is critical to risk committees in boards and in institutions. Is to professionalize risk management. Banks do so, but those of us who are small investors and small companies do not professionalize risk. We don't even know how to calculate risk or manage them. Inflation and currency movements are by nature uncertain. We cannot predict them perfectly, but we can prepare for them intelligently. That means 1, using scenario analysis. What happens to our portfolio if inflation is 25%? If the currency moves by 30%? If interest rates spike? We're talking about how to make sure that your company is sustainable, that you're not thrown abroad or thrown into the sea under the bus by the instability in our inflation and exchange rate dilemma. So you do scenario planning. Most companies do it, and I think that's what I'm just drawing attention to. Where you cannot predict it, you can do a planning. Your plan it crystallizes, then you already know your approach. Instead of putting your hand on your head and wondering what to do. So that's what scenario planning is about. Secondly, is embedding risk limits. Embedding risk limits, exposure caps to certain sectors, currencies, and tenures. They ask you, what is your appetite? What's your risk appetite in currency dealing, in a real estate, in stocks and shares, and in different sectors of the economy. So you decide, this is the appetite I can. This is what can happen and I won't die. My business won't die. That helps you to have a better managed portfolio. You can also use dynamic asset rebalancing, what they call dynamic asset rebalancing. Not being emotionally attached to any asset class and moving as conditions change. You know, some of us thought we were going to carry the houses we live to heaven, or those who are going to go to hell. So when I said I wanted to sell my house, they said, have you lost your head? I said, lose head. I will sell this house, go and hire another house. In fact, rent a house and stay. What's the problem? Will I carry the house to, they say, what of the children? I say, children? Now, when we are ready to go out and think about the children are thinking about themselves. Who has children here? How many of them think about you? Okay, how many of us are children here? Before I get into trouble. You can also use appropriate derivative instruments where available and regulated to hedge interest rate and currency exposures. Institutions that survived and even grew through past crises were those that had the best forecasts. Were not those that had the best forecasts, but the ones that were best prepared. They had best preparation frameworks. You prepare yourself. Since you can't control them, you can't predict, just prepare yourself. First, we're saying, if this happens, this is what I'm going to do. And it makes life easier. When the worst happens, you're already prepared. E is what I call governance, transparency, and investor confidence. The fifth and often overlooked approach is governance in managing all these investment risks. No strategy can survive weak governance. In an environment where macroeconomic risks are high, investors even become more sensitive to one, the quality of board oversight of the company you want to invest in. What kind of board? Who are the people in your board? The integrity of financial reporting. How can we read their financial reports? Do they make them available, or do we beg them to make them available? The transparency of investment processes and fees. The predictability of regulation and dispute resolution. For Nigeria to attract and retain long-term capital, we must continue to strengthen, one, regulating institutions, make them independent, predictable, and policy consistent. If they're getting order from the politicians, they are not predictable, they are not consistent. If they're looking at somebody's face before they move the NPR, or they put the CSCRR, or before they come with other, today, I was listening to news. I don't know whether anybody else has it. You know, Nigeria at one time this year were running 3 budgets. 2024 budget, 2024, additional extraordinary budget, then 2025. Now we're in December. They just said, we're going to spend 30%. Now we're going to now spend 30% of 2025 budget, and we'll move the 70% to when? Did you hear it? Please, did you hear that news? Okay. All right. So I'm begging us to have regulations independent, predictable, and policy consistent. Capital market infrastructure that is deep, liquid, and fair. Rule of law and contract enforcement, so that investors believe that agreements today will be respected today. If you ask me one thing that is a major constraint for investing in Nigeria, is what? Rule of law. Unpredictability when a case will go to court and when it will come out. That single thing is a major issue. So when companies want to bring investment, they say this will be governed by the laws of United Kingdom or the laws of America, and you are quarreling. If you even want to do dispute resolution, they say it will be done by UK Chamber of Commerce, not Nigeria one. What is our problem? It is because there's no confidence in our rules. If you have enough money, you may be able to buy justice. So we need the rule of law and contract enforcement. When governance is strong, investors are more willing to ride out inflation and currency cycles because they trust the rules of the game. The role of policy and collaboration. Investors cannot manage this alone, neither can policymakers. We must work in partnership. I guess that's why we're all here. Policymakers have a responsibility to pursue credible, coordinated monetary and fiscal policies that tackle inflation at its root and improve forex market transparency and move progressively towards more market-reflecting pricing, encourage instruments like inflation-linked bonds, infrastructure funds, and export support schemes that provide hedging tools. Investors, on their part, must also move beyond short-term speculation to long-term productive investment. They must engage regulators with constructive feedback and uphold high ethical and professional standards in how they raise and deploy their capital. Raise capital. Use it for what you said you are going to use it. Don't raise capital and use it for something else. So I end with a call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's one message I would like you to leave with today, it is this. Inflation and currency devaluation are not reasons to stop investing. They are not. In fact, they are reasons to do what? To start. In case you are not doing before, you are just destroying your wealth. This is time to start investing and ensuring that you protect the value of your assets and your net worth. Tomorrow will belong to who? The person, the pension fund that rebalances its portfolio towards real and productive enhancing assets, not just quick returns. 2, the entrepreneur who structures their businesses to earn in multiple currencies while employing Nigerians and creating local value. 3, the policymaker who sees investors not as speculators to be feared, but as partners to be empowered. The retail saver, like many of us, who decide their financial literacy and disciplined investing are essential life skills, not luxuries. Because most of the things we fear what we do not know, but most of them are knowable. My friend Son Allison used to mock me that I wasn't computer savvy or IT illiterate. But now I'm competing with him very seriously, and he will know that I've caught up. The Nigeria we want in the 10, 20, 30 years is a Nigeria of shared prosperity and inclusive growth. Shared prosperity and inclusive growth. The moment you achieve this, you don't need one battalion to follow one man as a protecting agency. You go and come. Because when people are busy doing business and they're happy doing their business, do you know to go and rob is not a small business? It's more risky than most things we do. Because you can die easily. I mean, today some people are living in the bush permanently. Call them what? Bandits. Do you think that's a sustainable way of life? It's not. I mean, after all, they're human beings like us. So let's share the prosperity. Let's make sure I'm taking of the other people, not just thinking of ourselves. And I'm speaking to all of us, more so those who have power to do so. A Nigeria of shared prosperity and inclusive growth. It will not be built by avoiding risk, but by understanding it, pricing it, and transforming it into opportunity. Distinguished guest speakers, as we deliberate over the course of this forum, I encourage us to think beyond today's headlines and think towards tomorrow's possibilities. Let us design portfolios, policies, and partnerships that recognize the reality of inflation and currency risk, but refuse to be paralyzed by them. Let us commit to investing for tomorrow in a way that protects value, creates value, and ultimately shares value. If we do this, then Nigeria will not only be a story of resilience in the face of volatility, it will be a story of strategic foresight and enduring prosperity. Once again, thank you, the organizers of this conference. You're so great to have brought these people here today. And thank you, all of our guest speakers and all those who have come, investors, to participate at Nigeria Investment Forum 2025. May God bless you. Merry Christmas in advance.
Thank you very much, Mazi Dr. Sam Ohabunwa. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mazi Dr. Sam, as he takes his seat.
I mean, if you're getting up, I mean, it's in order. It's in order. Please give him a standing ovation.
Round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was a very detailed speech right there.
Indeed, it was.
Spread the wealth, so that our brothers and sisters will stop living in the bush, thinking that that's a good way of life. And that's not a sustainable way of life, as our keynote speaker has rightly said.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to specially recognize one of our very, very, in fact, I call him a VVIP here in our midst, one of our panelists, Professor Ofonze Amwechazi. Please, put your hands together. He is the Honorable Commissioner for Lands, Anambra State. He's here right now. We welcome you, sir, and we honor you. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see that the AC is cold, and we are quite cold, and everybody just keeping to themselves. Let's shake up a little bit. Let's shake up. Let me come down to you. I want us to do an activity real quick before we get into the first panel session. And in order to do that, I want to give us an opportunity to win something. I mean, our managing partners, Hallbridge solicitors, are being gracious enough to give out a few items for the winners of this activity. So just for 1 minute, I want somebody that can give me 5 words out of Nigeria. Coin 5 words out of Nigeria. One person in 30 seconds. Please, can you set your timer, my honorable co-host? 30 seconds. If you're ready, put your hand up and I'll come to you. Holler at me and I'll come to you. You're ready? Is your timer set? Okay, 30 seconds. Please count for me.
Niger, game, win, area. Week. Okay, week.
You got 4 out of 5. You tried. 30 seconds. Let's have one more person. Give it to me. 5 words out of Nigeria and you win something.
Okay, so I'm going with grain, rain, Niger, gin, and rain. GIN, like a drink, a rum.
Okay, nice. Okay. She got it.
She got it. For her,
please, a round of applause for her. What's your name, my darling?
My name is Mbo.
Okay, Mbo, we have a gift for you. Please, ma'am, let's have her gift. Mbo has a gift already. Let's give a chance to one more person, one last person. 5 words without repeating what she has said. Okay, just try.
R-A-R-E.
Just give us a word out of Nigeria.
Yes. Rain, ren.
Let's clap for this girl. Another gift for her. What's your name?
Itoro.
Another gift. Mbo has a gift. Itoro has a gift. Thank you so much. Don't worry, that's the much we can take for now. We don't want to keep you here for too long. We're going straight to the first panel session. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have your questions written down. The ushers are passing through the aisle. Please submit your questions to them. We're going to be giving you answers to those questions very, very soon. Thank you very much. Now, we're going straight to the first panel session, which will be moderated by none other than my co-host here, my handsome co-host, of course, Ambassador Irogene Wonders, co-founder, CEO of the LLB Academy. I'll let him now call up the panelists, and then we can all learn, like I said, unlearn and relearn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ife. So our first panel, we are going to be discussing empowering Nigerian entrepreneurs, smart investment strategies for an uncertain economy. And I will be reading the profiles of my panelists. Dr. Humphrey Akanazu is the co-founder of Rome Business School Nigeria, an executive principal at Docenti Global Business School, an FDI consultant, researcher, and seasoned business development and training expert. He holds multiple degrees, including a PhD in psychology, a published author, and international speaker. He has led global trainings, initiatives, and built Rome Business School Nigeria to strong international visibility. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a round of applause, let us make welcome Dr. Humphrey Akanazu, the executive principal and co-founder Rome Business School. Also, I would like to introduce Mrs. Andrea Cameron Cole. She is an accomplished sales leader with over 14 years of experience driving revenue growth and building high-performing teams. As the head of sales and business development at Mixter Africa, she leads strategic sales initiatives that consistently exceed targets. Known for exceptional leadership and strategic thinking, she is passionate about mentoring upcoming sales professionals and fostering strong client relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let us make welcome the head of sales and business development, Mixter Africa PLC, Mrs. Andrea Cameron Cole. Also, it is my esteemed pleasure to be welcoming on stage the director of NIF Africa. Mr. Stephen Odobai is a dynamic business leader and entrepreneur, serving as managing director of NIF Africa and founding Sovereign HR Solutions. With expertise in business development and HR, he is a member of leading professional bodies and sits on 5 boards. A passionate advocate for African entrepreneurship with over a decade of startup experience. He is also the author of Investing in Africa, offering key insights into the continent's investment landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, once more a round of applause for Mr. Stephen Odobai, the director of NIF Africa. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome again the CEO of Gen AI Learning Concepts Limited. Mr. Sonny Iroshe is the CEO of Gen AI Learning Concepts Limited, a pioneering AI consulting firm. He has over 30 years experience as an investment banker, a senior associate fellow, Associate Studies Center, University of Oxford, UK. He has a postgraduate degree, Artificial Intelligence for Business, Said Business School, University of Oxford, and is also a member, Nigeria AI Strategy Committee, and in the technical working group of UNESCO on AI readiness assessment methodology. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, a round of applause for Mr. Sonny Iroshe. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So when we began the event this morning, we said something that in this room today we have policy makers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and even creatives amongst us. Now, this first panel session, the topic is empowering Nigerian entrepreneurs, smart investment strategies for an uncertain economy. So I believe that one thing that we can all agree is that in the Nigeria of today, our economy is not so certain. So I will be starting off strong with Mr. Humphrey Akanazu, being in the education space. And my question goes thus: in your view, what does investing in education truly mean for Nigeria economic future? And how can the sector attract both local and global investors?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Investing in education is very important for every nation, but it depends on how you want to take it. I did most of my studies in Europe, and during my studies, I discovered that the way they design their curriculum reflects their realities, what they need to achieve in the short term and long term And if you look at how they design their qualifications framework, for instance, the EU, they have this, what they call the EQF, the European Qualifications Framework, which has 8 levels. And these levels have descriptors. And these descriptors are aligned to the different levels, starting from level 1 to 8. So in the primary school, for instance, the first descriptor is knowledge, second is skills, the third one is competence. And if you look at those descriptors, at the primary level, they are teaching them the national values. They are teaching them the basic things they need to know about life, about relationship, family, and all of that. And then when you get to the secondary level, the university level, the whole thing continues to change. In the skills, they teach you specific skills. That's why you see some of them, when they finish their high school, they don't even think of going to the university, because it seems like university will give them theoretical, just merely theoretical knowledge. And you see them not keen about getting certificate, unlike us here. Now, let me bring it down to Nigeria. If we really want to invest in Nigeria to compete with the global education counterparts, we need to start from the outside to design our curriculum, not from the inside. And my suggestion would be that let's stop making this mistake of adopting at the primary level foreign curriculum. For instance, you see most of the, we have children, they go to schools here, and you see that there is no harmonized, unique curriculum we are following. Some of the primary schools and nursery schools are following Montessori, which is either, I think, French. Some are following the British, formula. Some are following, probably, I don't know, maybe Chinese. And, our children are having different curricula, and they are having different formation tracks. And at the end of the day, when they now want to go to the university, there is this confusion, where do we begin? And some of these schools, if you check them very well, they design their curriculum in view of your children coming to study in their university abroad. So it has nothing to do with what we have here. So I think policymakers should, at that level, start designing curriculum that will answer our problems. Then at the postgraduate level, okay, it's okay to go more global, all right? And if we are going global, I like what MBTE did with the National Skills Qualifications Framework, because they referenced it based on what those qualifications can offer Nigeria. If you look at what most of the polytechnics and vocational schools at that level are doing in Nigeria, and compare it with what our regular universities are doing, you will discover that the qualifications frameworks are looking at outcomes of skills acquired and how it will help the individual and the community around. But the regular universities are referencing their own qualifications based on number of hours you spend studying and years you spend studying. How does that reference to our counterparts abroad? So if you really want to invest in education, maybe you want to partner with some of these universities abroad, like I did when I came back to Nigeria with Rome Business School. You don't just need to take hook, line, and sinker their curriculum, all right, to implement, but try as much as possible to see how you can tailor what they have to the realities we have here. And how do you start? Let those who will implement or teach this curriculum be Nigerians who understand how to translate this curriculum to our realities. I remember when we introduced the logistic and supply chain, Mr. Mazi Sonny Allison was one of our faculty members, and what he brought into the classroom was exactly what represents the Nigeria reality. Not talking about the trends and the kind of highways we have in Europe, but how does what we have on ground could be managed, could be utilized in order to make logistics more efficient. So my advice to those who want to invest in education, where you want to bring an investor into Nigeria in the education landscape, please look at the curriculum, look at the qualifications, and make sure that those qualifications could answer the realities of Nigeria. And when students are finished with this program, what they have learned, what you have given to them, will reflect the exact descriptors of the qualifications framework of those universities, so that they don't go out there and begin to represent low quality, because that is what most of these people think about us sometimes. So when you want to partner with them, they begin to say, will you be able to implement our curriculum? Will you be able to do what we are doing? They don't believe that we have the standard. They don't believe that we believe in quality. We can make sure that whatever we are giving out there is quality. So they begin to doubt us. And that is what happens when you trace it back to how the colonial masters introduced education in Nigeria. I don't want to go into because there is something I usually call the educational colonial Manichaeism. You know what Manichaeism is? A kind of ideological religion that differentiates between the good and the bad, light and evil, and all of that. Is a story that, if you read it very well, you will discover that when you want to reference qualifications gotten from Nigerian indigenous universities to that of the foreign schools, the way they frustrate you to evaluate those certificates in their embassies will make you understand the kind of perception they have of our endeavors when it comes to education. But history has, made it clear to us that we have one of the best medical students. We produce one of the best medical students in the whole of Africa, if not in the whole of the world. And when they travel abroad, they are priced high. They are respected, but nobody talks about that. Even in Nigeria, we will prefer to employ an American who is a medical doctor or an European who is a medical doctor, even when our own sons and daughters have a better education and better skills. So the perception needs to start changing when we understand exactly what we want to, the kind of outcomes, the kind of objectives, learning outcomes, objectives we want to achieve in education, especially with qualifications framework. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Humphrey. I would be directing this question to Mrs. Andrea. So, being in, the real estate, and I believe that one thing we can all agree is that Nigeria's real estate is really looking promising. Yes, so with the economic changes happening in Nigeria and Africa at large, where do you think the best real estate investment opportunities are right now? And which sectors, is it residential or commercial, industrial, or prop tech, are likely to give highest returns in the next 5 to 10 years, and why?
All right. Thank you very much for that question. I think the way I would approach it is based on what we can already see as things that are going on within the industry and within the country, as a whole, in terms of need for homes, right? The way we've seen it is that real estate is going towards, real estate would improve in the areas where urbanization, where there's rapid urbanization, where there is growth, population growth, right? Because you have housing deficit as it is now. So within the affordable sector and mid-entry level sector of real estate, you begin to see that, you know, between now and the next 5 to 10 years, there will be a lot of growth in that area because people need houses. People are moving from one area, one part of the country to the other part of the country where they have experienced and have seen growth. So within the residential area, I see a lot of growth in that, you know, in that section. And then not leaving behind the commercial areas and areas where people can, you know, easily come together and come up with manufacturing companies, you know, because this is the area where Nigeria is also going now, even though inflation is affecting a lot of things, but these are things that are bound to happen. So in the areas of residential, commercial as well, where people need offices, it may not be the conventional offices that we know today, but in terms of, you know, shared areas, you find a lot of young people coming together to create places where they can use as their offices. So such sector of the real estate business is meant to explode from what I can see, and the way people have engaged us in terms of housing and commercial products. I hope that answers you.
Yes, indeed it does. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Andrea for that answer. So I will be moving very quickly to Mr. Stephen. Yes, so, and, you know, speaking about, you know, inflation, so the question goes, what sector currently offers the best long-term investment returns across the continent despite currency and inflation challenges? That's in both Africa and Nigeria. What sector do you believe currently offers the best long-term investment returns?
Thank you very much. Let me just say, Mazi has said it all, real estate, and my sister here has also said something about real estate. For years, I've come to understand that the real estate is an investment landscape that everyone should key into. And personally, I've been able to also key into that for years. And I've come to understand that despite the inflations, for example, just in 2023, my company, Energic Africa, happened to lose about 235 million naira just because there was a change in currency exchange. Because it's actually a Japanese company. I brought them to Nigeria. So by the time we're trying to repatriate funds, before you know, we've lost about 250 million naira approximately. And with that, I looked at it. All my years of being a business developer, I've never experienced such kind of a thing. But do you know, that same 2023, I acquired a property just here in Lekki. And it was, in fact, within a period of 6 months, I have over 300% return on investment on that particular property. So you can imagine having over 300% return on investment and losing over 350 million naira. So which one will you take? Which one will be your choice? That I believe that that's the first will be your choice. Then another sector I will encourage critically is agriculture. And that is why when Mazi was talking, I was like, Mazi, are you an investment analyst or what exactly are you? That was what was running in my mind. Because over time, the food business, let me use it food business because agriculture is so wide. And let me just narrow it. Let me use the word food business. There is no way that anybody, go and check it, go and verify, that is into food business, food-based business. In fact, let me just say it, agriculture in general, let me not narrow it down to food-based business. Agriculture in general, that you discover that they lose so much during the period of inflation. No. They can't lose so much because as prices are going up, the same way also things, products, there is a demand for food, and at the same time, those demands for food must be met, and those demands as well, the prices must be high as well. So there is no way in a period whereby you talk about inflation, then you are talking about losing a whole lot of money when it comes to agro-business-based sector. So that is an aspect that I will encourage everyone to go into it. Then you talk about inflation in general. I made mention of something, particularly chapter 8 of my book. I talked about currency, that is investing in Africa. So, and in the currency, I stated clearly how the transition of currency and what the effect of transition of currency to the market as a whole. Then, in relation to that, the money market. The money market as a sector is also a place of investment. But I usually say this: money market is only retaining your capital. That is the truth. Let's believe it or not. Money market is only retaining your capital. For example, you invested, let's say, 60 million naira into the money market. And maybe a period of 6 months or a period of 1 year, you have about maybe let's say 60 million there. Maybe you have, let's say, 70 million in a worst case scenario, rather in the best case scenario. Let's say 70 million. The fact is, you've only retained the value of that capital. You have not gained anything from that capital, because 60 million of January 2025 is not the same 60 million of December 2025. Am I correct? So you have 60 million January 2025, and in December 2025 you're having 70 million. In your mind, you are happy, made money. So money market is also a good place, but that is when you want to retain your capital. Or we're in a situation whereby you want to make profit or gain something, I will encourage the real estate and the agro business. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Stephen. Now, I will be going to Mr. Sonny Iroche. Now, the question is, how can Nigerian entrepreneurs position themselves to benefit from global investment trends such as impact investing and sustainable finance?
Thank you very much for that question. I have always maintained that there is no Nigerian way of flying a Boeing 747, which presupposes that there is no Nigerian way of doing anything. There is only the proper way of doing things. If you want to get involved in serious investment, depends on your net worth. There you have the low-level net worth, you have the medium, and you have the top-notch. If you're sick, you go to a doctor. If you need legal advice, you go to lawyers. If you want to go to war, you go to soldiers, to the military. If you're talking about global investment, you go to those who have been trained to play in that market. A lot of us have witnessed quick wins, the Umana syndrome. They promise you heaven and earth, 20% flat rate per annum, more than the return that the bad actors do in drug dealing. You have to sit down, look at your age. Are you a young man or woman? Are you in your middle age? Are you at the waiting room? That is a departure lounge. So it depends on your stage in life. Do you have children you're paying school fees for in Nigeria or abroad? Do you have medical needs? Have you taken medical insurance in Nigeria or abroad? You have to look at your circumstances, put them into ChatGPT, for instance. If you don't want to use a financial consultant, it will tell you, if you're a teenager, what is your family circumstances? Are your parents alive? Are you supporting your parents? What allocation do you have for medicine before you decide what you want to invest in? Do you want to invest in precious metal like gold, platinum? Do you want to invest in the stock market, speculative? What is your personal and family appetite for risk? Because in finance, the higher the return, the higher the risk. That is what we call widows and orphan investment. Widows and orphans have to take care of whatever they have, because no one is going to give them. They have fixed income, fixed resources. Then if you are a young man speculating, I'll give you a personal example. When I did my MBA in Chicago in the 1980s, 1986 precisely, I was a stockbroker with Merrill Lynch. Then I was in my 20s. I was a risk taker. I've always been a risk taker. I put all my school fees, all my housing allowance into the stock market. I was buying stocks. They were doing well. I was living large. I mean, stock brokers in America were living well. You get well paid. You make money, you speculate. And October 19, 1986, the stock market crashed. The second crash after the crash in 1930s of America. I had left stock market. I had gone into options, derivatives. They were starting then. Stock options, they give you very, very high returns. It's like, I don't know, the highest form of return in finance. Stock options, futures on futures. And on this day, the market just crashed. And all the systems went down. You couldn't trade for 1 week. You could not trade for 1 week. So the stocks that were like $30 went down. They became what we call penny stocks. My school fees as a young man went down. I think I was age 23 or thereabout. I went onto the phone, called my parents. I was crying, and my father said, "You did what?" And in America, you don't pay 1 year in advance, it's monthly. So I had to come back home, hustle, ran around, was able to change some money and went back. And that taught me a lesson. Okay? The higher the return, the higher the risk. I'll give you a life example. In IMB, International Merchant Bank, we financed Dolphin Estates in the 80s. We were selling one duplex. It was developed by HFP, but we did the finance in IMB. One duplex was being sold for 350 naira. A lot of people were finding difficulty selling the properties in Dolphin. They said it's matchbox you are building. You're building matchboxes for 350. 2 years, it jumped to 500. Then it started moving. I think it's about 400 million now. About 600. Okay. Then, 1983, my friend, an engineer, he came, was the highest black engineer in Julius Berger. His office was a container where you have the ExxonMobil office. That was his office. He built this Lekki Ekpe Express Road. Highest black man in Julius Berger. He showed me the map of Lekki. He said, "Sonny, this is Lagos State crude oil." I said, this Morocco, he said, "This is it." So he told me, he said, they haven't started Lekki phase 1 then. They hadn't started. They were still planning the border. Some villages in Ekpetedo, in, around, what do you call that place? The VGC. The villagers were selling land for 2,000 naira. So, as an investment banker, IMB, you are entitled to loans. So I took all the loans takeable from the bank and bought to 2,000. I bought about 10 then. Why we call it real estate, different from stock market and money market? It's real. You can feel it. That's where I derived the name real from. So you will never go wrong if you invest in real estate, except a force majeure, earthquake. And if the earthquake happens, it will affect the stock market also. It will affect the currency market also. When Al-Qaeda hit the World Trade Center, those two towers, one of the choicest real estate market in the world, it went down. So also happened to the stock market, the currency market. Only twice have they thrice in the history that they've shut the exchange in the US. One was 1930 when President Roosevelt shut down the stock market. Second was 1987. It was President George Bush Sr. He stopped the stock market. And the next one was when Al-Qaeda hit the World Trade Center. Stopped trading, stopped speculation. Our world came to a standstill. So, in summary, in investing, you must look at your circumstances in life. What stage you are? Are you willing to speculate? Are you willing to be conservative? Are you willing to be widows and orphans? Are you willing to be a young Sonny Roche who was speculating in options at the age of 23? So it all depends. It is not one size fits all. Everybody should look at their personal circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonny. Please a round of applause for him. Okay, I will be coming back to Dr. Humphrey. And my question is, what investment trends are shaping the future of education, particularly in online training or skill-based training? Because, you spoke about vocational schools and all of that.
Okay, thank you very much. I will focus on skill-based training. Listening to Professor Sonny, because I call you Prof, because your presentation here and what you have even said here qualifies you to be a professor, whether honorary or given by the, your track record. Yes, we are talking about investment in real estate. They are championing it, and in other areas, agribusiness and all of that. Okay, you have your money, millions, and you invest, and you want return. That money, does it work for itself? Somebody has to make it work. And the person that will make it work need to learn the skills, the competencies to make it work. Prof is doing well in his sector today because when he was preaching as an AI evangelist, he told us how he took further courses in the areas he discovered are trending in the modern world. And that is why skill-based training is very relevant in our modern world today. Because what does skill-based training do? Skill-based training looks at the needs of the modern businesses. What is happening in the real estate. When you did real estate in those days, not the same way now, because those days nobody discovered blockchain technology. Do you understand? Whereby, group of, what do you call it again? Pulling funds together. So you can invest small. So many people invest, pull funds together and buy a real estate or pay for, there is a hotel we are building in Abuja. And how we are selling those rooms, we put it in a way that you can just invest maybe $18,000, $10,000, but you are sharing the suite or the standard room with other people. At the end of the day, you are an investor in the hotel, and I know you do that. So somebody designed a blockchain, that type of investment strategy, and those are scholars. And what does education does in this? What does education do in this? Education prepares people who will work for you with these skills in order to make your business work. And Prof, you also have a training school. You're consulting businesses, training them on the areas of these modern skills. And one of these modern skills is AI, data analytics, data engineering, and the rest of them. So upskilling and reskilling is very important for businesses, for investors. You cannot achieve your goal. You cannot be successful in your investment if you do not train your people, if you do not upskill, if you do not employ people with the relevant skills that will help your business grow. And that is what educationists like us try to do in the areas we expand interest, which is in the education sector. So those of you who are interested in investing in education, it's also a very big business. You mentioned real estate and agro-business. You forget education. I think one of the reasons why people don't mention the education sector is because it requires a long-term planning. You know, real estate, you can buy today, 1 year, you're getting your return. But in education, it's a big business. You have to be patient. It took me 8 years to build a multi-billion naira school. So today is a sustainable business. It's creating employment, generating billions of naira, and people are benefiting from it. So they are all businesses, they are all investment. But I think, and I believe in this, that education is superior to all of them. Thank you.
Sorry, let me come here, Dr. Humphrey. You seem to misunderstand me totally. It's like you're talking about human health. We're talking about health, appendicitis, heart attack, and what you are saying now is what about oxygen that keeps you alive? Of course, education is the oxygen. So we've discounted that. We're not even talking about that. I have investment in one of the top schools in Nigeria called Premier Academy. We are 20 years old in Abuja. So I can't be talking about investment. I'm coming to talk about the ABC. Of course, education is the building block. That is why you and I have this microphone and we are talking. So that's taken for granted. So education is the king of all things, definitely. So don't think that we are happy on real estate, agriculture, because we're educated. That's why we can discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonny. So to just close this panel session, I will be starting with Mrs. Andrea Cameron-Cole. And what is that one advice that you would give a Nigerian entrepreneur in this room that wants to invest smartly in Nigeria's uncertain economy today?
Thank you, sir. So I'd just like to say to everyone seated here and anyone who is looking to invest in real estate in Nigeria that as much as it can sound or feel like something that is undoable, one, in terms of affordability, and as much as it can also sound like something that you can do and, you know, get into trouble today. In Lagos of today, where you have witnessed a lot of buildings being destroyed here and there. I've heard a lot of people say things about never being able to invest in Nigeria. I'm not investing here. I'm not investing in Lagos, precisely. The point is, with real estate, you can always get it right. If you do your due diligence before going into that investment and you check the rapid growth in that area where you're going to, you cannot get it wrong. And then something that I want people to take out today is the fact that you may not have the entire sum that you need to go into any real estate investment at this very moment. It's always advisable for you to start where your hand can reach. The point I'm trying to make is that I aspire to live in Ikoyi one day. I currently live in Ikeja GRA, right? It doesn't belong to me, right? But if I were to buy into real estate, if I had my money, I would go into places like Ikoyi where I want to live. But I know I can't afford it now. So I'll start with places where I can afford. I will start with places where you can visibly see growth. If your money can afford, if 10 million is what you have and you're looking to buy into something, buy that and keep. If you find another means, after a few years or by any good means, the value of your property goes up like it always does, put it back on the market, buy something else that is bigger. So that is how you continue to build your real estate portfolio to the point where, like I want to, you can afford that Ikoyi of today. You know, so it's just, there's no going blindly into real estate. You can plan yourself, you can do it. The people before us have done it. He has said something about when he wanted to buy into VGC, and I can say from experience, my father tried. When he was invited, we grew up in the north, by the way. My dad was invited by his group of friends to say, there's a place in VGC, there's a place called VGC, somewhere around the bar beach or somewhere around the beach or something. They wanted him to come and buy. My dad came along with his friends and brothers, tried to buy, and said, when he came back to Lagos, to Katsina State to meet us, we were wondering, how did it go? My dad said, if you understand Yoruba, Igbolo ni pe kinwara. And he never did. He was a custom officer till tomorrow. He can no longer afford that property. So if he had gone ahead to buy it today, it would have been a different story entirely. So my encouragement is just go ahead and do it, but do it right. Do your due diligence. Get the title document right before you go into any kind of investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Andrea. Mr. Stephen.
Thank you. To me, I think this, I will put it in a general perspective, and it's an advice to policymaker and to everyone. I think for anything to happen, as far as Nigeria and Africa is concerned, for us to go ahead in terms of trade, investment opportunities, there is a need for one thing. And I will always say it: learn from the European world. And that is what we call, for example, in Europe, they call it Euro trade. Now, it happens that the entire continent of Europe are using the same currency. Each time I go to Europe, I usually go to Europe through France, because I don't want any bottleneck. I have an easy access to our France office, so once I get to France office, I can navigate to any part of Europe. And once I get my euro from Paris, I get to Germany, I spend it at the same value. I get to whole other part of Europe, I spend it at the same value. So if we want to have a stable market, a situation whereby the investment of every individual matters, we must think about, even if it is West Africa alone, let us have a single currency in West Africa. Let us have an intra-trade system that will boost all manner of economy. It doesn't matter whether you are investing in real estate, you are investing in education. What we want is what? Huge return on investment. And a situation whereby there is limitation when it comes to return on investment, then practically everything goes down. Even the so-called real estate, the value at which I will get from a real estate is not compared to a situation whereby I am having a different currency, and it doesn't matter whether you are operating it in dollar. By the time you even want to change it to naira, that same currency has devaluated already. It doesn't, you say this, it has already go down from its original value to a kind of a bit lesser value, so to say. So it's something I'm saying to everyone in this room. You are a policymaker, you are a stakeholder in any sector. Let our goal be that we have an intra-trade system that will boost all system, all sector of our economy. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. Please a round of applause for all our distinguished panelists here. So one key takeaway that I do have from this entrepreneurship panel is that when we want to invest, we should do it. No matter the circumstance, we should do it well. We should do our due diligence and do it right. So we will be taking questions now.
Hello. All right. I have two questions here. I'll read out the first. It says, my question is for Mr. Stephen Odobai. Sir, on the issue of agriculture, most especially for livestock farmers, with the issue of cost of raising these products to market value, how can one make profits from livestock products, especially with the uncertainty in our economic sector? Also, are there strategic key steps one can use to resolve this? Mr. Odobai. Please, sir, just 1 minute, because we need to round up for the next panel session. Thank you.
Well, livestock, there is no difference when it comes to inflation rate on any kind of product or market. Livestock, or whether crops or whatsoever, they are still all under agro-related businesses. And for example, I'm sure most of the women in this place can answer this question. The last time you bought, some of us are used to buying meat from Ola of North. Am I correct? Ola of North. If you are Ola of North candidate, can I see your hands up? Maybe few people. I'm sure the meat you bought last 2 months at the rate of, in fact, my wife was complaining that the meat she bought last 3 months, because we usually buy them in bulk. I think she bought it around about 40,000 naira. As at yesterday, she was telling me that that same meat is 70,000 naira. So, does the inflation affect such? So, one thing is that it is market price. Market price goes with inflation. And we understand the state of our nation right now, whereby we have issues when it comes to livestock and all that. But the fact is, anything related to agro-business, inflation cannot actually determine your price cost, because your price is high based on the prevalent market value.
So thank you so much. Thank you. So are there strategic key steps you want to give?
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yes.
Thank you.
The strategic step I will encourage is that ensure that your process, the process at which you are making your sales, are processes that are simplified, digitalized, and at the same time meet the current values of the market. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. The next question, however, is directed to Mazi Sao. I know you're not on the panel for now, sir, but please, before you run off and leave. The question says, thank you, sir, for your lecture. My question is on right investment. With the issue of investment, how can one invest correctly with the existence of the new tax law taking effect next year? So I just gave him answer for 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and wonderful panel. You've done very well. I believe that if you listen to what they said, you will begin to get the gist. First is understand what you want to invest in. Try and have an understanding of the business. If you want to invest in AI, try to understand what AI is. You want to invest in pharmaceutical manufacturing, know what it is. Study the market. Number two is you must also determine what we call risk appetite. As I heard Sonny saying when he was coming in, if you have high risk appetite, you can speculate. So you can do such speculations, investment. And many people are getting away with it. People are playing kalu and they are getting big money. It's investment of a type. But you have that risk. If you lose that money, will you go and commit suicide? Those are the things you calculate. Then you decide whether you're going to be a conservative investor or an aggressive one or just a middle of the road. That's one. Then two, how much time do you have without your cash? I want to pay something, I want to invest in something coming up in February. To have money now. What do I do with the money? I can leave it in February. I will have lost money. So I look for a short-end investment, 2 months, 3 months, where I can also get the money. If I go and buy property in February, I won't be able to get the money. I'll miss that other opportunity. So these are the things you consider. And then also the reliability of the issuer. Who is asking you to come and invest? What is his trajectory? Even if it's a company, how far have they done? How well have they done in the past? And so forth and so on. These are the things, but like they said, you can start small. And today, it's no longer you're looking for 1 billion or 200 million to invest in anything cooperatively. Or you go to an existing business. In the stock market, penny stocks. Buy 1,000 today. Tomorrow you buy another 2,000. The next day you buy another 5. Before you know, you start growing your stock. Everything carries a risk. But you know that risks are in different levels. So that would be my overall suggestion. Be systematic and be sure that you're doing what you have verified so that you don't lose your money. Because the worst thing to happen to anybody is to lose his money. If you can't make more money, keep the one you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi, for that insightful answer.
Yeah, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to quickly appreciate our sponsors. We're getting ready for the next panel session, by the way. But then I want to say a very big thank you to Mixstar Africa. Please, when I call our sponsors, please clap for them. They made this event possible today, okay? All right, so thank you. Yes, all right. Thank you as well to Wabojo Limited. Yeah. A very big thank you to Stark Homes and Properties Limited. All right, we say thank you as well to Docenti Global Business School. And of course, we say thank you to Nigeria Investment Forum making this program, Investing for Tomorrow, a reality. Thank you to Hallbridge Solicitors. Thank you. Good things will never depart from your hands in Jesus' name as you clap. Thank you to Gem Hub Integrated Limited. We appreciate Virtual Scholars Academy as well. I want to say a big thank you to HRD Solutions. All right.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, my distinguished panelists. So we will quickly be having the photo session before you go off stage with our managing partner of Hallbridge Solicitors. Please, a round of applause for our partner as he comes on stage for the photo session.
So I want to just say a very short word of appreciation, and it is from the depths of our hearts. We appreciate your selfless and committed efforts towards the advancement of our dear country, Nigeria. You have been here by no means feat, and we appreciate it. And we know that there is nothing we'll give that is commensurate to appreciating what you have put in today. And our prayers that God Almighty will bless you and replenish whatever resources that it took you to be in this place today.
All right, thank you. I would also like to let you all know that our sponsors have their stands right outside, but after the law session, we'll all converge outside to take a look at what they have in store for us today. All right, so quickly, without wasting further time. Okay, so.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, for this second panel, I think these are my lords, the learned senior advocates, and it will be a great honor, actually, for me to introduce them, because in the legal profession, we have what they call hierarchy. Yes. So, being that I'm a member of that profession, it will be a great honor for me to introduce these distinguished erudite jurists, learned judges, professors of law, distinguished senior members of the bar. So I apologize to the hosts, but at this point, I think we have an ethic in the profession, and it will be against the ethics of our profession to allow you murder the name of any of the distinguished judges. It will probably lead you to contempt, and you might end up asking people for us to come and okay, so I'll get around it. I'll be calling them in no particular order. I will start with the first, and which is Professor Ofonze Amuchazi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Professor Ofonze Amuchazi is a distinguished Senior Advocate of Nigeria and the Honorable Commissioner for Lands in Anambra State, Nigeria. He's a respected legal expert with decades of experience in property and commercial law. He has led significant reforms in land administration, digitalization, and investment facilitation. Passionate about economic development, transparency, he is committed to strengthening land governance and creating an enabling environment for investors in Anambra State, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Professor Ofonze Amuchazi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The second person on our list of panelists is no other person but Honorable Justice Olutoyin Atinuke Ibaye. My Lord, Honorable Justice Olutoyin Atinuke Ibaye is a distinguished jurist and mediator, a University of Lagos alumna with an LLM from the University of London. She lectured in law for 17 good years before joining the Lagos State High Court in the year 2001. Now administrative judge of the Lagos Commercial Division, she has led judicial reforms, authored publications, including essays from the bench, and is widely respected for her expertise and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, help me as we make welcome my Lord, Honorable Justice Olutoyin Atinuke Ibaye. The next on our list is no other person but Mr. Folabi Kuti, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He is a distinguished legal practitioner with an LLB from Obafemi Awolowo University, an LLM from the University of Lagos. He is the lead partner at Union Attorneys. He specializes in litigation, ADR, intellectual property, insolvency, and labor law. Chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Employment and Industrial Relations Committee. He is a respected speaker and a who legal listed senior advocate of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we make welcome the learned senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Folabi Kuti Essien. The next on our list is no other person but Honorable Justice Latifat Folami. My Lord is a member of the Lagos State Judiciary. She obtained a degree in law and a postgraduate degree in law, that's LLM, all from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Justice Folami had completed doctorate degrees in leadership and organizational management from the University of Phoenix, Arizona, United States of America. Justice Folami has a career as a High Court bench at the Lagos State Judiciary, spanning a period of over 15 years. She has served as a Chief Registrar of Lagos State Judiciary and a magistrate at the Lagos State Judiciary as well. She has served as speaker at several conferences and seminars and has been recipient of several merit awards and is a member of several professional bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we make welcome no other person but Honorable Justice Latifat Folami. The next on our list is Professor Ngudego Chinwoba. She's a renowned professor of law and the head of the Department of Private and Property Law at the prestigious University of Lagos, with decades of experience in property law, land administration, and legal reform. She has published widely and constituted for governance and private organizations. A respected scholar and a mentor, Professor Chinwoba is dedicated to strengthening Nigeria's legal framework and boosting investor confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, help me as we make welcome no other person but the Honorable Professor Ngudego Chinwoba of the University of Lagos. The last but not the least is the moderator of this panel, which is Mr. Stephen Azubike. Mr. Stephen Azubike is a lawyer of over 15 years experience. He is the partner of Infusion Lawyers. He is the author of Law as a Business. He is the owner of the Stephen Log blog that we all know about. To introduce this person, I don't need any book or any portfolio because he is a friend to me. He is a brother. Ladies and gentlemen, help me as we make welcome the moderator of this panel, Mr. Stephen Azubike.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The day is fast spent. We thank the organizers for putting up this wonderful event. I feel highly honored and privileged to be having the microphone this afternoon to put questions to my very distinguished seniors and my lords here present. I don't know if there is any better way to end the year than a moment like this. Throughout the morning, we've been learning a whole lot about the strategies to adopt in investment and the options there are. But I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we have been through all of that, you probably will not be able to make much headway if you do not pay attention to the rule of the law when it comes to investment, when it comes to issues of complying with the laid down rules and regulations that govern all sectors of business endeavors. So I implore you to please join me as we listen to the interesting initiatives we hope to learn from my very distinguished panelists today. Please, let us encourage them and welcome them once again with a round of applause. Without much ado, I would like to begin quickly with the learned silk, Mr. Folabi Kuti. I would like you to tell us how does a strong regulatory framework influence both local and foreign investor confidence in Nigeria's business environment?
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon, everyone. My lords, apologies that I didn't start within the culture. Okay, thank you very much for that question. There is no doubt that having a strong, predictable, and transparent regulatory scheme or framework would inevitably engender investors' confidence. And what that basically means is that for the prospective investor, I remember that years back, when I had to advise prospective clients coming into the country, a common question, it was a recurring decimal in all the questions they were asking. How quickly can we access the courts in the event of dispute with our local counterparts? The tax system, how predictable? The policies of government, how predictable? So the investor wants to be assured that policies in place are not arbitrarily changed. There is some sort of long-term plan when government says this is the policy to assist or aid the ease of doing business. And this will be in place for a long time. So the investor anywhere, either local or foreign, studies that and is against that framework that he or she is looking at accessing the market. So there is no, it can be overemphasized that is one major thing that must be in place. There must be a stable regulatory framework. And when we talk about regulatory framework, it basically cuts across many things, but principally around, I think the panel before now was talking about real estate. Well, I cut real estate. And then you want to know, for example, that what are the laws within that sector? To what extent does the Land Use Act, for example, operate within the states you want to operate and possibly own and buy land at some point in the future, own real estate. You also want to know what are the local laws, for example, made by the State House of Assembly, regulating that particular sector. And how predictable those laws, stable those laws are. But more importantly, in the event of a dispute, and I'm happy that I have my lords here, how quickly can we get to court and get it resolved and within a short timeline, bearing in mind that, and I don't think it's peculiar to Nigeria, I would have thought that it was common to Nigeria, but lately I've come to realize that virtually the Commonwealth, there are long gestating trials in courts. Matters are not resolved as quickly as one would have expected. But thankfully, a state like Lagos, and I don't say this because I have my lords of the Lagos State Judiciary, has long realized this and created divisions within the court system that's solely dedicated to ensuring that commercial matters that do not have the luxury of 3, 4, 5 years in court, 10 years, they are quickly resolved. And in addition to that, you can deploy certain preemptive remedies that would ensure that things are stable even while the disputes are getting resolved. So, all said and done, that strikes at the heart of investment, either local or foreign.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kuti. So now you've taken us to so much about the issue about investors' interest in knowing about how our disputes are resolved. I'll be happy to quickly ask my Lord, Honorable Justice Folami, to please let us know what role my Lord thinks that institutions like the courts or even arbitration centers and other regulatory agencies could play in assisting us in this regard.
Okay, so once again, thank you, moderator, members of the panel, and also the audience. Well, I'll just build on what Mr. Kuti has said in a bit. But when you look at the court system, the way in which we encourage, is it investor confidence? That's what you're asking. Mr. Kuti has already mentioned that we have divisions in our court. You know, he didn't mention the fast track. So let me talk about, we also have fast track. Apart from the commercial division, we also have the fast track division. So fast track division is for multi-billion projects, you know, because there's a lot of money involved. And then you want your cases dealt with within, you know, very rapidly, and you want to be out of the court. So such cases, they're not supposed to take more than 6 months. We try as much as possible to make sure, you know, the cases are moved along rapidly. So if you have investment that is, you know, worth millions, billions, you probably go to the fast track. You pay more, but then we try as much as possible to dispose the cases faster. And also, he mentioned earlier that we have a commercial division. Yes, we have a commercial division that is even based at Takpa now, the High Court in Takpa, and we deal only with commercial cases there. And we try to, you know, give them attention, because when you talk about investment, that's what we have been talking about all day, that for an investor, it's all right when everything is going on, you know, smoothly. But the minute you run into a dispute, then that's when you get worried. And you must consider that before you invest, because you also want to know what happens when there's a dispute. How quickly can you get it resolved? So the commercial division, we specialize. And before I round up, I want to mention that in Lagos State, and it's not only in Lagos State, many states in Nigeria have adopted this. I don't know if the commissioner will talk a bit about this when he's talking in Anambra State. their experience, but I know that many states have adopted the multi-door court system, whereby you come to court, it's compulsory that your case is evaluated for alternative dispute resolution. So if it can be resolved by going to mediation, arbitration, that is done. You compulsorily must go to the mediation section, see if your case can be resolved at that level, so you won't have to go to litigation. And we have very well qualified mediators who resolve disputes within a very short time. That's what we're really prioritizing now, alternative dispute resolution. And that really works for investors, because you find out that what happens these days is that, especially in Lagos, the Lagos multi-door courthouse, because we've got our laws in place now, a lot of investors will put that clause into their agreement that when there's a dispute, you must first of all go to the Lagos multi-door courthouse to have your case resolved by mediation before you can proceed to court. And that has been really helpful.
Thank you very much, my lord. I can testify that indeed the Lagos multi-door courthouse has been quite helpful. But then there is this, sometimes when we surf the internet, the social media, we listen to commentaries, we sometimes still hear some bickerings from time to time about people tending to express their fear about the independence of the judiciary. My Lord, Honorable Justice, please, can you tell us a little bit more about the importance of the independence of the judiciary in fostering investors' confidence?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think your name is Azubike. Thank you very much. My co-panelists, thank you. It's a pleasure being here with all of you. Let me first of all also say a very good afternoon to the audience. I was here pretty early, and that was because I really wanted to learn about investment. And I just really wanted to know a little bit more. You know, they say knowledge is power. So I needed to know, am I doing things right? Am I on the wrong side? And to my horror, I have discovered that I have been doing it very wrong, Justice Ekwaye, putting your money just in your savings account. What is going on? No wonder anytime I go back there and I want to now spend it, this is me far. No wonder I think I need some people that I have to consult and go into real estate and agri-business and maybe rare earth mineral investments. Is that not something else? Okay. Thank you very much. So I really do appreciate that question.
Thank you.
Where do I start from? Look, the independence of the judiciary is beyond it being a slogan. It is the reality on ground. The judiciary is the third arm of government. I know my friend here is representing the executive from Anambra State, but the judiciary is into justice sector service. We deliver a service which is called justice. If you take the judiciary out of the scheme of things, what do you have? You have self-help. You have people assassinating each other. You have people pulling down their homes. You have people removing roofs. You have people resolving their disputes in the streets. And we cannot afford that. So independence of the judiciary is a critical part to a modern society. If we want to live as human beings and want to respect the dignity of our fellow human beings, then we all must protect the institution of the judiciary. It is not as if criticisms cannot come. Criticism should come. Constructive criticism is important, and that is what drives reform. But merely just lambasting or bashing the judiciary is not going to get anybody very far. And in fact, it discourages the investors, because if everybody is just criticizing the arm of government that is going to resolve disputes, then they begin to wonder, are they getting things right here? But I know that the judiciary, and especially my own constituency of Lagos, we're doing incredible work. We hold our oath of office very dear, and we are hard workers. My Lord, my learned brother, Honorable Justice Folami, has explained a little bit about the things that we have put in place. And let me tell you again that in Lagos has been the pace setter in judicial reforms. And that is because we recognize that the jugular of Nigeria is actually here in Lagos. More than 80% of the investments are situated in this state. And so right from the very beginning, it's been a leadership question. If Lagos State, I understand, if it was a state on its own or a country on its own, I understand it will probably be the 5th or the 4th largest economy in Africa. And so that tells you how important that the independence of the judiciary is, and how we are committed to the rule of law, how we are committed to fair hearing principles, and how we are committed to ensuring that we have a platform for speedy and efficient resolution of disputes. I hope that I'm able to explain maybe in a little bit more, maybe at another time when I have another question thrown at me.
Thank you very much, my Lord. Thank you. I heard you loud and clear, and I believe the audience did as well. For us, I believe that no matter how much we talk about it, the public perception may continue to grow or decline depending on the outcomes we see from the bench. But we'll come back to that in a minute. During the panel session, we heard a lot about investing in real estate. And like Prof, we named him a prof today. I heard that earlier. He did mention something about the real estate being a real asset you can feel. And I can tell you, a lot of people in the room are already imagining that any moment from now, they could venture into that. And it comes with a whole lot of risk. I would like to ask Prof to let us know, being a member of government, I believe my audience would like to know, how is your ministry, for instance, using legal reforms and better policies to make land acquisition simpler, safer, and more attractive? Because, I mean, it's a huge sector to invest in.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My lords, good afternoon. Prof, good afternoon. And Folabi, well done. I think when Professor Irochi spoke, I was all ears, and I learned a lot from him. And I want to say that, like everyone knows, my lord, you just said it, real estate is the place to be. Truly, in my state, when we came on board, one of the greatest challenges that we faced in Anambra State was the sanctity of land documents, of titles. We had that challenge, what we met on ground. There was lack of confidence in the Ministry of Lands. And the governor said, look, we need to revive this. We need to ensure that people restore public confidence in the ministry, in land transactions, in land documentations in the states. And then we got to work. And one of the things we've done, February this year, we flagged off what we call model after ANAMGIS, or what we have in Lagos here, the Anambra Geographic Information System. And as I speak, most of our job, probably about 70–80% online. We want to try and see if we can get it up to 100%. That will be difficult. At the moment, we've got to a station now where we are recertifying our land titles, our land documentations. We scanned 72,000 files, and we have all the files in the cloud. So the case we met on ground, where we had cases of missing files, those are things of the past. Today, sometimes you look for a file, you don't find it. You just go to the system, and then you print out the files again. You have everything online. And then today, if you recertify your title, you can actually log in online and make your payment online and print out a certified copy of your title document. That is part of what we want to achieve. And of course, we've cut down our timelines for obtaining our CFOs because Mr. Governor says he wants it obtained in 72 hours, tall order. But our timelines have gone down considerably. Now, what have we found out? The moment the reforms came into place, we experienced an upsurge in land transactions in our states. And for those who know Anambra State, I'm not a politician, I'm just a technocrat, but I have to say one or two things. For those who know Anambra State, as I speak, about 700 kilometers of roads have been tarred and completed. And so that has opened up a lot of areas that were hitherto inaccessible. It's an area I would call, Prof, you're from Anambra? Yes. You know Amansi? You know Amansi? You know where they call Obefemiri? You don't know. Okay. Diaspora. Now, this was a place where to travel from the Onitsha Enugu Expressway to the community would take you 4 hours. Yes. On a short 30 kilometers, 4 hours. It was that bad. But as soon as the road was completed, that was the first road that was awarded. Today, a plot of land there went for as low as 500,000, 1 million naira. Today, a plot of land there goes for 25 million. That's the truth. I'm involved, so I know what's going on. And they will have an influx of investors. As I speak, we have about 3,000 hectares of land there. The state government, we are planning a lot of investments. So the plot of land there has gone up to about 25 million naira a plot because of that road that was put in. Of course, for anyone who knows, the average Igbo man, particularly the Anambra man, is very particular about land. And we have shortage of land as it were because we are burdened with erosion problems. And so what have we done? We've acquired 3,875 hectares of land where we want to build what we call the new Oka. We call it Oka 2.0. The master plan is ready. The development to commence in January. Public sector, private sector driven more especially. We also acquired about 5,000 hectares on the banks of River Niger, where we want to build what we call the greater Niger City, formerly called Onitsha 2.0. The master plan is ready. On Friday, our team will meet with the governor. Technical work, everything has been sorted out. And hopefully next week, we're going to conclude the acquisition process. Again, before even starting, because of the information that has been out there in the public, the demands are just humongous. People want to come and invest. That is the truth. I have actually seen in real life the power of real estate. And so, but above all this, what we say to investors is that when you now come to the ministry, you are sure of the title documents that you get from the ministry. That's number one. Number two is that we've cut down our timelines for obtaining your title documents, like your CFOs, from when it used to be 1 month, 1 year, 6 months, 7 months. We have what we call private CFOs in Anambra State and then government CFOs. Private CFOs for private land, not government acquired, signed by myself, my humble self, Commissioner. Max, depending on how fast you're able to come up with the documentation, 10 days I guarantee you get your CFO. 2 weeks max, but usually 10 days, 9 to 10 days, I sign off, you get your CFO. For government CFOs, within usually 30 days, we're done with everything we needed to be done. A lot depends now on the governor when it's available to sign off, yeah. But as much as possible, we've cut down on the timelines, and that has brought about a resurgence in interest in the real estate business in Anambra State, and it's very, very humongous. By the time our new cities kick off next year, and then of course we had 3 new cities actually, we have what they call the AMIC, the Anambra Mixed Industrial City, sitting on about 5,000 hectares of land. As I speak today, we have a 32 kVA line that's going to that place, got to the state government, and infrastructure has also started. And that's where we want to move all the industries to. So we have a central place, like what you have in Ogun State. What do you call it? Abara Industrial Estate. It's the kind of thing we are doing at what we call our AMIC to in Anambra State. But in summary, we're saying invest. Once you've recertified your title with what we're doing now, your title is certain, a certainty of title, it comes in on time, and most importantly, you don't even need to come to the ministry to conduct a search. www.mol.anambrastate.gov.ng. You log in, you go to the payment session, pay with your POS or with your card, and then print out your search report. It shows you everything. So that has also helped, because when you go to a bank, they want to obtain a loan from a bank, the bank doesn't have to write to us. The bank can actually log in. Yeah, what's the new CFO? The bank can actually log in and see the status of your land, and then they're sure of that, and they can deal with you. Instead of traveling all the way to Oka to write an application and get an approval or certified true copy from us before they deal with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to learn of how Anambra State has integrated technology in helping out with land issues. But before I let you go on this issue, can you quickly, in a sentence or two, tell us a little more about this private and government CFO? I'm sure.
We have areas that have been acquired by the government. Those ones are under full government control. And so where we do allocations. The private CFOs are the lands in, not government acquired. I'll not just put it that way. And then virtually, a lot of the land use act, in my state now, it's a small state. So everywhere is virtually an urban area. And so people who own lands in the villages, who own industries, prefer to come and obtain a CFO. For example, my community is just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes max from the capital territory. So it's more like almost all the land we have in the village, I have a CFO already obtained for all the lands we have in the village. And so those ones are what we call private CFOs, not in government acquired land. Those ones, I have authority to sign those ones. And those ones, once we are done with it, I give you again, 9-10 days, once you supply your documents, you get your CFO.
Thank you very much. My village will like to see that. I'm from Anambra.
Where's your village?
Ihembosi.
Ihembosi.
Okay. I will not waste time at all. Thank you very much. Now, when we talk about investment, of course, it's not just about real estate. On a very general note, I would like to ask Professor Chimuba to please, tell us, looking ahead, what do you imagine is one single policy of government that you think, from a regulatory point of view, can actually be the game changer in helping out in boosting investors' confidence, looking ahead?
Thank you very much, the moderator, the panelists, and the organizers of the conference, and the audience. I want to come from a different angle, permit me. I would like to say that two key policy directions that I would like to see in this country: planning law, planning, and education. Now, with respect to planning, I know that the former vice president, when he was Attorney General of Lagos State, went to court, and with the other states of Nigeria, they came to the conclusion that planning law was a state matter. But I have always thought that that was a wrong decision, and that planning law should be a national matter. It should be a central position. And why do I say this? The reason I say this is that whenever I look at Nigerian businesses, I see a fundamental flaw. And that fundamental flaw comes from a holistic look at the culture and religion of the African. If you look at the culture and religion of the African person, you would see that from time immemorial, that Africans have tended to look at life from the exterior, from the outer person. Whereas if you look at the underpinnings of all the religions of the Orientals and Christianity, you will see that the look is more at the inner person, the person. As a matter of fact, if you look at the etymology of the word person, you will see that person is a mask, and that the real thing is the inner being, And well, this time doesn't allow me to really discuss what I want to say, but what I want to draw the attention of this audience to is the fact that the fundamental problem with business, whether foreign direct investment or the local one, is the nature of the human person as we understand it in Africa. And because I do not have too much time, I'll just say that what we need to look at is the question of ethics and aesthetics. The human mind is ennobled. When you look at the human mind and the human being, is ennobled from within to the exterior. And so key issues, and I was very excited when I read a Court of Appeal decision that addressed the question of easements, covenants, and aesthetics in the case of Braithwaite, Dr. Braithwaite, and Standard Chartered Bank. And the Justice Okoro, who delivered the lead judgment, he did justice to my heart on this issue, because he said to Standard Chartered Bank and to all the real estate developers that you just cannot disregard the human being and his or her relationship with the environment. The question of aesthetics, the question of how you build. You cannot just wake up and build a 15-story building just beside my bungalow, because I prefer the bungalow and I love to see the gardens. I love to see the cleanliness. Now, how does this affect business? I know that the MD of ExxonMobil, from the airport, the wife, when they transferred them to Nigeria, from the airport, driving through the road, this was way back when Lagos was not too good, the wife said she wasn't going to stay in this country, that this was a jungle. Now, you see, so what we have to do is look again as the human person and look at planning law. The planning law creates the character of a people. And so when it's central, I'm not saying I know that this is my own position. I'm not saying Lagos State should take me on. But I'm saying when it's central, from a central point, the nation has a character. And that character goes into education. From the elementary school, you begin to design curricula that doesn't just look at AI, look at engineering, look at this, look at biology, but looks at ethics, looks at the philosophy of the mind, looks at the philosophy of being, look at how we can become better humans, contributing to society. You know, when you see this, just a moment, when you see these companies come from abroad, it pains my heart. When they come into this country, they carry all their people from Lebanon, they carry all their people from France, just because Nigerians won't just do this business well. They are just going to be looking for their pockets. They are just going to be looking for, they don't pay attention to the business itself because it's not coming from within. We all just want to have money. So thank you. I don't want to go.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, just hold the mic, Prof. Please, I would beg of you. I would still like you to tell us, and I'm sure the audience will be interested to know. When you said you would prefer, for instance, the planning law to be a national affair and not a state affair, I would take Lagos State, for instance. If you look at what the Lagos State planning, fiscal planning, and in conjunction with the building control have been trying to do in a heavily congested city like Lagos, and all what they've been putting together. I was wondering, who should have been better placed to take care of these planning issues, if not the state?
Well, you see, it's a holistic matter. That's what we have to. You see, when you have planning as a central issue, as a central agenda, then you begin to dovetail it into local governments, or you have a central character of a people, so that somebody comes into Nigeria, he can see through the nature of the buildings that this is where they were in 1960, this is where they were in 1970, 2025, this is where the architecture is. So the character of the nation is presented not just in the people, not just in what we wear, but in the architecture that they see. I'm not saying, you see, land itself, like the Land Use Act, is in the state. That is okay. But I'm talking of the character of a people. Okay. That the mind, you know, if you look at in Denmark in 1937, you know, there was, you know, academics are listened to in those societies. Somebody wrote a PhD and said, look, how is it that the character of Denmark is in this way? It's not supposed to be. And the government listened and changed the planning. Now, if you go to Aberdeen, for instance, if you go to Aberdeen in the United Kingdom, you see Old Aberdeen. Nobody went there and destroyed Old Aberdeen. They just call it Old Aberdeen. And within Old Aberdeen, you have University of Aberdeen. They call it the college grounds. And I prefer the Old Aberdeen to the New Aberdeen. But that's because of character.
Okay, Prof. Mr. Kuti, I see you're trying to say something.
Prof, fantastic point. I mean, dimension, there is evidently a huge difference between town and gown. So that's a dimension from gown. Now, Prof, I hear you and I share your thoughts. The small point of divergence, however, is that planning should be vested in the federal. So this is my take on it. And I'm aware of the judgment you referred to. Interestingly, that's Attorney General Lagos and Attorney General Federation and the other states. It was a split decision, so 4. So it wasn't even a unanimous, it was a majority. 4 justices said it should be states. 3 said it should be federal. That's what came out of that judgment. But when you look at the Nigerian nation, just as we have laws covering everything. I think it's a will to implement that is a problem. It's not whether it's vested in the federal. Take Old Lagos. I study history. And from time to time, I get to read old books, see what's the planning of Old Lagos, Apapa, was like. Even Lekki, when it was designed. So what you have now is just a distortion of the plan. And I don't think you need a center to correct that. Anybody can do that. It can be vested in anybody. It's a willpower to keep to it. It's not to keep to it. The master plan of Lekki, if you say master plan, it's not the distortion that you have today. So I don't think you really need a center to come and correct that.
Thank you very much, Leonard Sik. I know we've spent some good time, but I imagine that looking at this topic very well, some lawyers in the room and others who are watching us live have come into knowledge now. I mean, on a larger scale, they are beginning to understand that the law practice is actually a business that you invest in properly and begin to make real money like in every other sector. So Leonard Sik, Mr. Kuti, would you like to tell us something about how we envision that, how lawyers should begin to see law practice as a business and within the entire scope of our conversation?
All right, thank you very much. Azubike, law business is a business endeavor, just like everything. And as a lawyer, you should begin to see the business in that brief. So lawyers should be able to adapt same business principle that every other person adapts into client management, client service, practice management, Beth, there's a need to stick, not negotiable, to the strict prescription of the rules of professional conduct around what we as lawyers do. And I'll give an example. This is Oriental. So Oriental decides to turn this hall around for a Christmas activity and invite vendors to pitch and say, oh, you come and discuss with us what you would like to do and what the commercials will be. That's allowed. It's not allowed in the legal practice in law profession. So, and it was lately that stuck again. So, many years ago, my pupillage served with this old senior advocate. I thought it was old school. And one of the things I recall he told us in one of the meetings is that a lawyer, by the rules of professional conduct, should not visit the client's place of work, office, home to get a brief. Rather, the letters of the law, of the rules of professional conduct, is that it's the client that must come and visit. Well, to my mind, it didn't make any sense. As far as it was concerned, I thought it was high up there. It was well fed, so you could indulge in the luxury of discretion as to where he met his client or so. I found it was rubbish. I mean, they said that's what the rule says. That is, and you must stick to it. Sometime last year, I was reading the direction of the Legal Practitioner Disciplinary Committee. So this client had done a petition to the LPDC complaining that this particular lawyer was retained to do certain tasks, was paid but failed to, and it took it to the Legal Practitioner Disciplinary Committee. They read through and took evidence from the lawyer and came to the finding. The direction was basically that, what he was retained to do, he did it. But that one thing must not escape their attention. They read in the course of the exchange of affidavits, the affidavit evidence before the tribunal, the disciplinary committee, that the lawyer had met or had all the discussion with the clients in an hotel. That everything was firmed up in an hotel, and that was wrong. And as a matter of fact, the individual was suspended for 2 years because of that. That he should have been in his office. that is not a chamber. So disciplinary committee went further to define what. So what is the point there? Stick within the bounds of. Yes, it's like every business, but it's not also like that. There are rules that bind what we do. Secondly, we're taught about. From law school days, you were taught that you forbid advertising, publicity, and touting. So this is not America. We can't have blast chase. You can't go look for. I can't walk around and be telling that I'm the best lawyer in this. Please come and engage me for that. No. That offends the rules. So you also, unlike every other business, can do that. You cannot. So you must stick within that so as not to run foul of.
Okay, thank you, Leonard Sig. While you were speaking, a very quick question came to my mind, and I was going to ask you just that.
Yeah.
So, if a Dangote or Femi or Tedola should call you now, and then you say, Alaji, come to my house, my office, I can't speak to you. How do you deal with that?
All right, thank you very much for that. I saw that coming.
Or could you accept it as an exception?
So that probably no. I don't think there's an exception when it's come to whatever. So, the interesting thing about all of this, when these rules were made, perhaps looked at the socioeconomic realities of that period. So thankfully today, you don't need to meet anybody in an habitual physically. As a matter of fact, I tell my colleagues in the office that I dread clients coming in to have meetings with me in the office because they waste my time. Clients sit down, you talk what you're meant to discuss for 30 minutes. No street business. you go into pleasantries and all manner of things and all that. So what I encourage, we do so many things virtual. And it's so business-like. 30 minutes, 1 hour, we're done. So we always find a way around.
Thank you. I got that. My Lord would like to add something to that. I will be happy to hear.
I want to add something to that. And on this note, and I'm sorry I have not alerted you before time, but I have had a brief discussion with the convener of this Nigeria Investment Forum, Mr. Anthony, that I will have to leave this place because I have a meeting with my chief judge at 3 o'clock in Ikeja. So contending with Lagos traffic, you will just have to excuse me. But I'd like to share a few thoughts and just take off from what he has said. There is no doubt about it that the legal profession is a highly regulated profession. And every aspect of the legal profession is regulated. Even the judges, what we do, the things that we do, it's also a highly regulated profession. In fact, some of the things we do is controlled even under the Constitution. The time when we have to give our judgments, the time when we have to release copies of the judgments, and so on. Just to let you know how all eyes are on what the justice sector is doing. Now, investors, and I just want to tie it to them that it will be a disservice to you if you don't consult a lawyer before you go into any investment. We've all heard about, study the markets, research the place, the field where you want to invest, but you still need the lawyer, and you will get your lawyer in 2 ways. It's either you spend the time and the money and consult your lawyer up front, or if you ignore consulting your lawyer up front and you run into a problem down the line, you will still have to come back to this same lawyer, and that's people like Mr. Kuti, to come back to this same lawyer and yourself and pay a high fee for them to begin to do damage control for you or untangle the mess that has been created. But nevertheless, you still have the court system there where they will drag your matter to. And we in the court system, either through the litigation doorway, which everybody is familiar with, would want to resolve the dispute. But there's one popular saying in Nigeria that I think still holds firm till today, that you don't go to court and leave the place and still be friends. Yeah. What do businesses want? Businesses want to retain their clients. Businesses want to retain their business. Businesses want to be friends with everybody because they know that that is where their money is. And so, like my brother, Honorable Justice Folami also said, we then have alternate methods by which you can resolve your dispute. In Lagos State, we have formalized the mediation. So that mediation is so connected into the justice sector in Lagos State. But you have even arbitration. Arbitration is, okay, we pay for, it's a private initiative. We pay for the judge. We pay for the venue. We pay for the time. We pay for, the arbitral award at the end of the day. But you still have to come back to court for the enforcement of your arbitral award. So we all need the court system to be efficient, to remain vibrant, to remain independent, and to know its onions. And on this note,
thank you,
you will have to release me.
Thank you, my lord.
I know that I'm still well represented here.
My lord is well released.
Thank you very much.
Permit me just for 30 seconds to accept all you have said as your final word.
Okay.
I will wholeheartedly accept what Leonard Sikh, Mr. Kuti, has said as his final word. I will be left with Puff and my Lord Justice Falami to say a thing or two in 30 seconds, my lord. But for the photos. Yes. Yes, please.
Every summer song, every winter evening, every spring to come, every autumn evening. You don't need a reason, let it all go on and on.
Okay, my final word is going to be like a scenario, rather than, just talking back and forth. Yesterday I had a case in court whereby I had to come off my high horse up there on the bench, and I really had to come down to the level of the man, because the claimant was a visually impaired person. He was actually a lecturer, and he had spent all his years working. But because he became visually impaired, he had to retire. He retired, got all his gratuity, and then he decided to invest his money because he still had young children and he wanted to be able to pay for their schooling. So he discovered on the radio or on the TV, there was this program. They said you could invest in a farm. He started with a farm, watermelon and something farm. And he invested a small amount in it the first time. They said the return on investment is 50%. But you know how Ponzi schemes work. The first time he got his money back. And believe it or not, the second time he put all the money he got from his gratuity into the scheme. And of course, he never found the people again. And then he came to court to try to get the money back. I said to him, come forward. The problem is not getting your money back. This kind of a case, because the defendants never turned up, of course they've run away. You will get the judgment, but it's not the judgment that matters now. How are you going to be able to enforce that judgment? You must look before you leap. And then he asked for damages. I said, I'm not going to give you all of these damages because you should have mitigated your own, loss. You have to perform your due diligence. That's what we've been told, all this morning. We all want to invest. We all want to have businesses. And then when somebody comes to you and gives you a rosy scenario, 50% on investment, 70% on investment, you need to know more about that business. That's what Mazi told us this morning. And that's what any, person will tell you. Warren Buffett, that's what he will tell you. Know the business you want to invest in. Don't just jump into it. And because they said this amount of return in investment, before you know it, you'll be in court. And you'll be in court, but will you get your money back?
The courts are not magicians.
That's it. That's my final word.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you so much. Sorry, over to you. Yes.
Okay.
Is it working? Yeah. My final word is that words that in developing the states, developing our environment, thankfully the Anambra State Commissioner for Land is here. We must take account of the dignity of the human person and the definition of what dignity is. And taking account of that means that we must give a character, an ennobling character to our environment. So all laws and regulations should gear towards giving character and ennoblement to the environment. The Murio Kwanla Park, just before we get here, is a disgrace to the Lagos State, isn't it? The place is abandoned, and you have destitute in what's supposed to be a park where you could be passing by and feel happy to be alive, to be a human being. It's from that point that we can build businesses. And then, of course, education. The government should take a closer look, a holistic look at the curricula, particularly from the elementary level down to up to the tertiary, to ensure that we are not just building, training engineers, training lawyers. We are training human beings, the human person with dignity.
Thank you,
Thank
Prof.
you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. And before I say my final words, I'd just like to comment on what Prof spoke about. I think we are not in short supply of sufficient laws in our country. The problem we face, and that's the experience I've seen, the individuals, we as a people. I'll share an experience with you in my state. somewhere called Transenkis Layout in Onitsha. Planned in 1980s. Wonderful place, well designed. And believe it or not, before we got into government, the roads were allocated. Roads were, and people rushed and bought. You see, government allocation. People bought roads. And so we're giving CFOs. And so what I told Mr. Governor, I say, sir, I say, this is one of the best places we can generate money from. But we then need to restore the master plan. I saw it permitted, and then we revoked all the CFOs and other allocations made there. And people come to you behind and say, is there anything we can do? I don't know if you understand me. Is there anything we can do? This road, is there anything we can do so that I can get back my allocation of a road? And then when we start demolition now, next year, people will complain. All over social media, they will abuse the governor and they will say, he's a wicked man. It's a master plan. So what I have found out is that we as a people, you see, the Nigerian believes that money can solve every problem. And I say money cannot solve, it's not everybody you can buy with money. So I think part of that challenge, Prof, like you said, I agree with you, all you said, the plans, everything. At the end of the day, for those of us who have moved from the private sector, I'm a practitioner, I'm a teacher, and the way I have run the ministry is different. But I run it as if I'm running my law firm. I want to get things tidied up as quickly as possible. I don't have all the time in the world. So, but we also have to find a way to influence the people we meet in the civil service. Because that's a major challenge we face in this country. You can't do without the civil servants. And unless we get it right with the civil servants, nothing can really change in this country. That's my experience. So, thank you. Coming to where we're here, investment, excellent, wonderful. For me, Nigeria remains an investment destination. I mean, from the experience I share again what goes on in my state now. If you come to my state, you believe it or not, yes, Lagos is wonderful, but be surprised at how much a plot of land costs in Oka. Before now, I had never slept in Oka before this appointment. And when I came in, and when I said, what? Plot of land. But as the infrastructure is coming up, as the roads are opening up, when my governor talks about Africa, Dubai, Taiwan, people misunderstood him or misunderstand him. They thought it's all about the skyscrapers. It's not. It's about you have to start with the infrastructure first. The roads, the light, etc., law and order, which we are trying to bring up. I'm sure people have seen criticisms on social media about what do you call them? The task force we have on enforcement of what do you call it? We call it anti-touting task force. If you have not been dealt with by a tout in Onitsha, I don't know those who are from Anambra State. It's a place called Opiweka. If touts have dealt with you there, you won't understand. Because they're heartless. I'm not saying I support, I'm practical. I'm not saying, my Lord, because you're here, I'm not saying, arrest someone and beat him up. But sometimes the society we need, our government will say, it's partly jungle, you have to apply law of the jungle, and you also have to apply the laws of the land. It's the only language that people understand. When you begin to speak and what we do, we try to tell them, don't do it this way. In my state, it doesn't work like that. It's when you then come in with some force that people then fall into line. And you can then begin to say, okay, let's follow the process. But when you speak about process, I just gave you an example. As I speak to you, for example, there are areas we have gone, for example, and effected demolitions. The people are back again, building on those areas. That's an umbrella for you, very repressible. Because they believe that nothing will happen.
Thank you.
So we go back again, early next year, we'll go back again. And then they will say, Governor, you are a wicked man.
Thank you, Prof.
So,
Prof, time is fast spent, right? I know my audience have a lot of questions. The organizers of this forum are going to give them the benefit of posting some of those questions on their social media handles, and I'm sure some of us will be actively there to answer them. But before I let you go, I'm sure they are wondering,
why will this government be giving C of O over roads? You may not answer now, but that question you can.
That's part of the problem. I feel sad because, like I said, a lot of things happen, and I just say something. You see, if you are not hands-on, sorry to say this, civil servants can lead you astray. For the kind of ministry where I am, you don't sit down in the office and they tell you, sir, this place is good, this place is that. You go there and see for yourself. As for the master plan, don't just sit down in the office. They bring all kinds of things to you. And with due respect, that's what I think happened too. Because even the governor there doesn't know much. The governor has to rely on the commissioner. There's so many things that I want to say here. But the point is that, and you tell people, that because there is a master plan, we have said, I'm sorry, it's happening in Abuja, it happens there, it's happening here in Lagos, I'm aware of that. That master plan has to be restored. And so we tell people now in our state, before you purchase anything, if you're not sure, make inquiries. Don't purchase and then come to us and say, oh, I'm sorry about it. I thought this place was. Open spaces, what we call open spaces, have been sold.
Honorable Commissioner, thank you very much. We are still in problem because everybody in Anambra cannot meet the commissioner, but they meet the people in the commissioner's office and they mislead them. It's a whole lot of problem, but I believe that there will be solution maybe in another panel or in another session we are able to attend to some of these issues. Thank you so much for being a wonderful panelist. And I also thank my audience in a special way for being such a wonderful audience. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I believe we have done our bit. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, our distinguished panelists. I'm sure our managing partner has something to say.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I want to use this opportunity to express my profound gratitude. To express my profound gratitude to this panel. This panel is part of my family. And this panel, we have my Lord, we have my lecturers. When I mean lecturers, both Professor Amuchazi, where he was my lecturer back then in the Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Professor Chumuba was my lecturer in the University of Lagos when I did my LLM. So I have my two lecturers here. Then I have my very senior brother, the learned Silk, Folabi Kuti SAN. And I have my Lord, who is like a mother to me. So this is a family to me. And there is nothing that will give, that can quantify the effort, the immeasurable commitment, the time that this panel has put in. We might not understand the role of law in investment until you invest wrongly. If you invest wrongly, you will not only lose the investment, you might end up spending decades and decades in court without resolution. And then you end up with the very misguided statement that lawyers are liars, that justice are bought. These are very misguided statements that stem from inexperience, that stem from learning from this kind of forum where you are educated that for you to invest rightly, you have to look at the legal framework and understand the role of law in building investor confidence. Once again, I thank you, my distinguished panelists. And at this point, I will make a little presentation of the plaques. Okay, I will start with Professor Mudego Chimoba. Prof. And I think the second person we'll be calling for the presentation of the plaque is Honorable Justice L.A.M. Folami. my Lord.
Makes for a brighter day. Never need worry. Let one love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive.
Okay. And to the Leonard Silk, Folabi Kuti SAN. Thank you so much, sir, for having you. You have been a part of Nigerian Investment Forum from the first edition to the second edition, and we also want to have you next year.
Good love is all we need. It takes the clouds away. Never need worry if you just let it be. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying.
And the next person is my lecturer, Professor Ofonze Amuche Aze, the Leonard Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He's not just a professor of law, he's also a very senior member of the bar and is the Distinguished Commissioner for Lands. Prof. And the last but not the least, to my very good friend, the partner of Infusion Lawyers, the author of Law as a Business and Legal Practice, Law Practice as a Business, and the owner of the Stephen Legal Blog, who is not just a friend but a brother to me, Stephen Azubike. He has always been a part of us from the first edition of Nigerian Investment Forum to the second edition of Nigerian Investment Forum. He was the moderator for the entrepreneurship panel last year, and he's here with us again. And words cannot express my gratitude towards you. Thank you for always being there with us. And before we take our leave, I think the keynote speaker, he just had to leave, but his brother is here, and there's Mazi Sonny Allison. The keynote speaker is actually Dr. Sam Ohabungwa OFR, so he had to dash off because of very personal engagement, but his brother is here to accept the presentation of the plaque on his behalf. Mazi Sonny Allison. And then to the Distinguished Commissioner for Wealth Creation and Employment, who for reasons beyond his control will not be here with us, but he sent his representative, a permanent secretary from the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. And to the AI evangelist, who gave us a lot of talk about not just AI, but financial investment. I believe that, in fact, he did a lot for us. We learned a lot. He gave us profound insights on issues of investment. To no other person but Dr. Sonny Iroche. It's a great pleasure having you. Next, for the presentation of the plaque is Dr. Humphrey Akanazo, the Principal Executive of Docenti Global Business School, the co-founder of Rome Business School. He has been part of us from the first edition to this edition. In fact, I will call him a friend that is more than a brother. He was with us at the first edition just as a speaker. At the second edition, he said he wouldn't just be speaking, but he will also be sponsoring the event. It's a great honor having Dr. Humphrey Akanazo. The next on our list is Mr. Stephen Odobai. He is the author of Investing in Africa, one of the best-selling books right now at Amazon. He is a great investor, the founder of Energic Africa. He did justice to the entrepreneurship panel, and we are so great to have Mr. Stephen. And we believe that he will also be coming around next year to join us in the third edition of Nigeria Investment Forum. And the last but not the least, she's one of our most vibrant speakers, Mrs. Andrea Cameron Cole, the head of executives and business development of Mixed Africa. And it will also interest you to know that she's the brainchild behind the major sponsorship of this event, which is from Mr. Africa, one of the greatest real estate company in Africa. And it's a pleasure having Mrs. Andrea Cameron Cole in this event. Okay, so I think my business is done for now, so I will take my leave.
Just for a few minutes before we call you back, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our distinguished panelists. We do appreciate you all so well. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'd like to crave your indulgence to please follow us on all social media as well. It's Nigeria Investment Forum. And remember that when you're posting your pictures, please use the hashtag
NIF 2025.
Yes. And I know we've learned a thing or two. Please, I want someone to step up, someone who's confident enough and bold enough to put up their hands and tell us what they have learned from today's forum.
Anybody? Any volunteer?
Good. Let me come to you. It's okay. I'll come to you. Just tell us what you've learned.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I've learned that you are the architect of your fortunes or misfortunes. So concerning investment, when you're investing, you have to do due diligence. Even though you have a lawyer or a banker or a finance advisor, you also have to take it upon yourself to like do due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really profound. Anybody else? Anybody else wants to tell us what they learned from today's forum?
Thank you very much. So I learned that the illiterates of the 21st century are not those who cannot read and write, but they are those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I've also learned that for you to be relevant and still stay, be able to stay alive, you need to invest. And in investments, you need to invest various platforms like real estate is key. Real estate is very key. I've noticed that real estate and agriculture is a very good place to invest. Education too, and other sectors. So, and I've also learned too that you don't need to import in dollars and sell in naira. You will surely lose.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's been a pleasure working with you all today. I have learned, unlearned, and relearned.
Please make sure that you network. Remember that your network is your network.
Yes, your network is your net worth. So make sure you meet somebody new.
Make sure you meet someone
You never
new.
can tell who that next big client is going to be.
Exactly.
So make sure you network, meet somebody new, let them know what you do. That's very important. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much,
guests,
ladies and gentlemen.
enjoy the rest of your day.
I remain Ambassador Irogene Wonders, the co-founder and CEO of PLLB Academy. Let's do this some other time.
Heavy, let me take you woman. Heavy,
You're the one I want, oh. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. Before cassava start to hail, and if I ever leave, oh, make what I carry me, they go far away, far away. So I am looking for the sister, you're my lover, oh. She got the dollar. Yeah, yeah, you are my African queen. Ooh, Lord, ooh, Lord. Just like the sun lights up the earth.